Sweet, I think we're live. Oh, what's on the schedule for today? So I think we were maintaining some graphics. We're going into winter. So probably, this looks suspicious. Maybe I'm working here. But there's no tractor. Ah, they're turned off. There is a tractor over there. Put this one to work. Hi, Goose. Oh, how's life? Wait, it's day for you, right? I think you're such a fascinating person, Goose. You remind me of a younger version of myself in a way. Always up to things and life being busy. That's lovely. Oh, wrong button. That's good. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you don't want to be like me. Or like how I was. I think all young people are the same. I really do. I mean, broad strokes enough, everyone is the same, right? You might have different taste in music and movies and food, but we're all people. Hi, Mort. Sweet. Wait, so you're taking a cat for a walk? That's awesome. Especially if a Peanut is an indoor cat. Getting to be outdoors, it must be amazing. Subs? 44. It's massive. Is my mic distorting, by the way? Does it sound okay? So to me it sounds a little weird. But that might just be that I haven't streamed for a long while. I've been sick, and I still am sick. I've been sick for close to a month now. Oof. I mean, it's not the kind of sick that just makes you weak. It's like every symptom of the COVID. Test says no, but I say yes. So it's a chaotic coughing day and night, and it's very hard to stream when you're just constantly coughing. Okay, Goose. Well, that's good. That's good at least. Oh damn, that's the lowest I've ever seen cake. $5,000 for cake? The economy is going to shits. You see, last year's lowest was 5,500 and high 63, but now it's like 5,000. How am I gonna make money on that? I won't sell, that's for sure. Same clothes. Ever since I bought the clothes factory, I haven't seen numbers over 16,000. And honestly, I could have sold at 16, but I wanted to be greedy, saving to like. I mean, it's almost. Oh, this might not work. Stream might not work. I hadn't coughed for a good hour and a half. And then I speak and everything goes to shit. That's been my life the past month. Conversations makes my throat act up. Oh. But yeah, it's been 19k. And greedy me want to get 19k. Because I have so much clothes. Look at this. Look at this pile of clothes. That's enough for a village. I think it's 6 pallets per level. So 6, 12, 13, 14 pallets. And it's 1,000 liters each, so it's 14,000. So if I were to get 19k times 14, 203, like almost 300,000. Very, very simplified math. Don't quote me on that, okay? Oh, the rock picker is done. I think there might be some more on the corner of the field. Yeah. So I'm planning to convert this area to a green space. Plant some trees, bushes, extend the asphalt around the properties a little bit. But for now I might plant it. This is like such a meaningless corner. But the greed in me, you know, it's like, oh, look, it's more money. Put down the crops in here. It's more money. So when rock picking, you don't have to do every square centimeter. It's enough to just take the rocks that you can see. If you wonder why I'm driving so chaotically. Better start the lime production. So I've overproduced lime for past 3 seasons, I think. And all of a sudden I run out and I have no backup stored. So I actually can't put lime down on my field because I don't have any lime. Luck have it that I needed to plow my fields anyway this year. So I'm plowing them as we speak and picking up some rocks. But I'm aware that's not going to be enough. We'll see. I mean, lime is a very cheap commodity to buy. It just feels so good producing your own lime. Oh, it looks like the AI worker has taken a nap. Just earlier today, I had a new idea for these fields. So I'd been planning to make a vineyard here, and I think on this hill specifically, a vineyard would be beautiful. But for the rest of the field, and for the other 2 fields I have above it, I had the idea that I would start get into forestry. Because I don't think forestry minds the steeper hills. I think it's less field work and more, and I think the harvester and the forwarder is very good at steep hills, powerful machines. So I think it's going to be more enjoyable to do forestry on these fields. Well, the one that is above, at least. And I have no concept for how large of a field you want to plant a vineyard in, or an olive grove, for example. Is this entire field with wine, with grape vines? Would that be way too big? No idea. Maybe it would take me like a month to just harvest it. But the current process is pretty optimized for a 24-hour month. I just finished the harvesting of the corn for when it was time to start harvesting the cotton, and the cotton was finished on time, so I could start prepping the fields for next year with some mulching, which is a new process for me this year. I haven't mulched my fields before. I thought that to be unimportant, and now I wanted to try it out, and I like it. I like that process. And all the meanwhile, while I was harvesting cotton and I was harvesting, there we go, AI can take over. Whilst I was harvesting cotton and mulching the fields, I also started shipping the harvested products, meaning the silage. So I shipped silage for all of October and November, and then I finished. And I finally saved up enough money to build myself a bioplant. So we now have a bioplant, which is fun. Well, let's go and look at it. I swear these lights are just... Why aren't they on? It's dark. I mean, look at my flashlight. Clearly we need the lights on. But it's like, it's only 4 PM. No needs for lights. Can I turn them on manually? Can I climb up? That would be so cool. Can I climb up? Oh! Can I? How did I do that? Huh. 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 Feels like you're not supposed to be able to do this. Like it's a bug or something. Because it's not very consistent. Anyway. So yes. Oh, this is my new silage tank. Oh, the multi-fermenter. Best invention ever. So you can take silage. You can take... you make silage. You can take chaff, for example, or grass, sugar beet cuts. I think there's a fourth thing, right? Isn't there a fourth thing? And it just makes silage. No packing, no wrapping. Oh, the best. Potatoes. Yeah, you can take potatoes. Or biomaterial, which I think is leftovers from forestry, like branches and stuff, mulch that you've ground with a stump grinder or something like that. So yeah, you just put it in and you get silage out of the spout, and it fills like mega fast. So I hold all of my silage with one dump trailer that is 60,000 liters, and 4 Carat 140 trailers, these ones. So 4 of them connected to a train behind the 1050. And it was a nice process. It was 2.2 million liters of silage from this year's production, and I did it in a month and a half about. But I saved like 150,000 liters for the bioplant. The bioplant is now up and running, and it's got silage slurry manure, so I put all three in there just to maximize the runtime. So it's working hard, creating energy and digestate as well. Digestate pronunciation. So that's very nice. How are my cows doing? Not actually the cows, but how are the food doing? Food is doing good. Mineral feed we have heaps of. That's good. I think they could take a bucket or two of straw. It looks pretty good. About half full, I'd say. Let's go and check on the workers. Seems good. So the 1050 and the RX-8 are just doing their thing. No issues. I like that. Next investment, I'm unsure. So I've been really needing to get that bio power plant going, and now it is, because I've had the government grant for creating renewable energy. I've had it for like a year without having the bio plant, which is kind of like shady, right? Getting a government grant and not actually producing any clean energy. But now I am, at least. That feels good. So I would kind of need 1 or 2 more tractors to maintain my fields. Now that I've added mulching, for example, that's another step. And I'm going to be more focusing on getting lime out on all the fields. It's like a 15% bonus if you do. And I've been kind of bad with that the past couple of years. But there's more processes being added onto it. So I would need another tractor. I would help with another tractor. And I would want the big fast track and the small fast track. So I would like 2 more tractors. So the big one is the 8330. Yeah. I think this would be fantastic for some field operations, a bit lighter duty tasks like rock picking. I think it would be absolutely fantastic for rock picking. Mulching, another one that would be very good for. It wouldn't be able to do any plowing or stuff like that. It's not powerful enough for that. And also hauling products. Like this could probably pull the 90,000 liter train of Karat trailers. I think you could pull that. The 4 trailers stacked them in a row. I think you could do that. Such a dope tractor. And then the medium fast track for around the farm stuff. Moving pallets around, because I have a front loader for it. So I just need to put on I think it's a quickie. I'm gonna double check before I buy it. So yeah, with a front loader on it, perfect for moving implements around. This would be powerful enough to do spraying, pretty sure. So I could do spraying of some remote fields. And then we probably could stand getting a big horsepower tractor as well. But before we do that, we're gonna get some more fields. I think the long-term game plan on the server would be to buy 2 more tractors then buy a couple more fields, and then maybe 3-4 years from now get into forestry. So replacing these fields are for corn, but I'm gonna cut down on my silage production because I'm getting so much into the variety of production in making clothes. We're making cakes. We're doing chocolate, and now we're doing bioenergy. So I think we're gonna cut down on the silage because we've been selling our silage. We haven't been using it ourselves, so we've been overproducing because that's what I've felt was the most productive way to use these fields. Because most combines struggle driving up these steep hills, but the Jaguar, where are we? There we are. There, the Jaguar is very powerful, and it hasn't slowed down at all harvesting corn on these fields. This is it's not corn head on it. It's a forage? I don't remember. But it's to harvest grass. So that's why I've been doing corn. But I want to do olives and grapes and also some forestry up on those fields instead. I will still do corn for silage, absolutely, but maybe do it on the flat land in some of the new fields we're buying. I really could use a longer hose for this machine. I guess it's decently long. It's just that I have parked it so far in. It was a little bit hard to get to it. I think this was pretty clean. Whoa. Let's check the map and see if we have any rocks left on this. western corner of the field. Quite a bit up here. Why have you stopped? Oh, it's a pallet of cake on the field. So it flew out there when the crop was still growing. So I couldn't go and pick it up without ruining my crop. So I left it. You know how pallets can sometimes bug and fly in the air? Oh, that's what happened to me. Trumpet. Hi, man. I'm doing good. This is probably the first opportunity I've had to interact with people on the internet in a month, and I mean, the stream could end any moment. There's no telling how long my voice will stay okay. The family's doing really well though. So we have, for Ebbe, his normal preschool is closed for 4 weeks, and during those 4 weeks all the children are moved to the big preschool in town. And I was really worried that would work, because it's a new place, new teachers. There's supposed to be one teacher from his normal staff at all times, but it's not been that way, and I didn't trust it to be. So we were worried how that would work. So we scheduled it. Grandma and Grandpa wanted to have him for a week to go road tripping with him. So we scheduled that in Thursday to Thursday this coming week, just to, in case we need to have him home, right? Because he can't be in preschool. It's good if they have him one of those weeks. But he's loving the new preschool. It was as easy, if not easier, to drop him off there. He just ran straight in, started playing with some kids. So I wasn't with him, so there could have been some kids he recognized, and that made it feel familiar. But it was easy dropping him off at the new preschool. Easy. And that made me really glad, because that means he's safe, right? That he feels safe. Let's put it further out on the fork. So how's Trumpet doing? How's Gabe? Let's go from the outside. Wait, wait, so you mean that you paid $30 total? And you got 2 bed frames for that? Seems like a steal. That's amazing. I think that I've been having the COVID because all of the symptoms lines up with it. Siri hasn't been sick at all. Ebbe's been sick on and off, but he's a preschool kid. He hasn't had my symptoms not nearly as long either. Test says no. I say yes. There's no telling. And it doesn't really matter because I'm sick. I'm staying home anyway, right? But it's really nice that Siri hasn't been affected. That's really nice. But some people just don't. Some people are next to immune to it, from what I've heard. It'd be really interesting to know how that works. Right. But in the end, I think it's nothing to worry about. If you get it, you get it. You know, it's not like we can't do anything about, other than not putting us in a situation where we can get it. It's not a big deal. But I guess everyone that survives COVID says it's not a big deal. It's worse for those who died. Like if you can ask them, hey, is it a bad deal? I think they have a different opinion, right? Oh, big tractor. Very big tractor. Any contracts? So my neighbors this year, haven't done anything in their fields. Like, it's just weeds. So if you go and look at the, now it's November, so everything should be harvested. But there's just nothing in the fields this year. I think it was grass on this field, and maybe there was 2 fields that they grew anything on. 3 maybe. Okay, let's do this. This is these are my fields, but I don't think they grew almost anything on the other fields this year. It's been really quiet here in the city. Maybe they're saving up for something, I don't know. Very low on fuel. Oh really? Fun concept. So is it like $7 no matter the item? Do you know the item, or do you just buy 5 items and you have no idea what you get? Oh really? Isn't it that they also buy the returns, like a pallet, and they have no idea what, so they themselves gamble, right? Getting like a cat toy and you don't have a cat. The irony, right? I bet most people know someone that has a cat. So I think the items will be useful anyway. Yeah. Yeah, right. Ooh, need some water. Phone cases, you say? Is it because people... I wonder if it's because people buy the wrong case. And therefore it becomes returned quite a lot. Probably is. Or maybe people buy like 5 cases and they look at them in person, seeing which case they like the most, and then return the others. That's also a possibility. If I had more tractors now, this is what I'm saying, like my issue right now is tractors, that I only have 2. I could be spraying some fertilizer. Especially in this field now that it's... I mean, it's picked in half of it, so I still have half to pick. But I'm pretty sure I'm really low on fert here. No wait, this is the one I did put in lime. Lime has been put on this one. But it probably needs fert. No, I've done that too. What? What? Okay. So this is silty clay. I said before that I was considering if this whole field was worth doing a vineyard in, or just the top of the field. And now realizing that it's loam here and silty clay in the bottom, I might as well build factories here. Because silty clay is the worst soil there is. So this area here and this area here could just as well become factories. So it's the area we're looking at, that we're probably in right now, is where there's the... Yeah. This is the silty clay. And I've already started taking some of this field for this tailor shop here. It's a spinnery area. Yeah, it's a spinnery. And I want to continue with the chicken coops as well. So the chicken coops continues out to the road. But I could also flatten it out and build even more factories, sort of where we're driving right now. And also on the plateau over here, I want to extend my factory row, as I call it. So this is where I have all my my cake production facilities. Sorry for the parking, it's a little bit messy. And this row would really benefit from a better loading dock than this. I mean, this is a very bad place to stop the trailer. And I want to be able to drive through. So now I need to reverse in here to be able to restock. This is an industrial bakery, so I need to reverse in to do that. And I would like to just level out a road into the field, and then put like another factory, and then another factory, and then maybe another factory, and then go down, so it becomes a loop. And maybe erase it here and have the loading dock be in this area. That'd be nice. And since this area is all silty clay, why not? It would be very good use for this field. So that would take from here maybe down to there. And then the top we could do forestry, so we can build out the forest that is already here. And then we do a vineyard over here with a good soil is. I mean, loam is maybe not the best, but I think it is very good. I mean, if we look in yields, it's green. So, and this field as well. But that's also because it's like nitrogen level and stuff. That it's been good, and now this. Maybe not actually, because this is based on the harvest, I think. And I think all of these fields were prepped to perfection. So that means that the yield on this half of the field is shit. I mean, 80% is not shit. But it's the same amount of work as this part that gives 110. And I didn't have the pH was pretty bad last harvest because I didn't put down any lime, and it needed it already last year. So that's probably why the harvest yield is only 110, 115. Because that's another 15% availability. Yeah, for sure. Three Green Gaming. How you doing, buddy? It's going good. It's going good. I suffer a little bit because I'm lacking tractors. I have both of my tractors in the field. Well, this one seems to be done. And I kind of would like a third. When I say I'd like a third, I have 4. When one of them is an electric, I can't really do work with that. And the other one is an old Fendt Favorite 500. It's got 70 horsepower, and all of my implements need like 500 plus. But at least 300 horsepower, or it's not worth hooking up. So you can put like a trailer. But the Favorite is my old tractor that I've saved, and it's perfect for pulling. I have a little trailer I use to haul eggs around. It's perfect for that. So that's why I keep it around. How are you doing, man? Tree Green Gaming. Are you a streamer? I don't know why. Your name seems to me like it could belong to a streamer. Welcome back, Jumper. I think we're gonna plow the field above us next. Right. That's already plowed? Am I done with plowing? Was this my last plowing? Also, I might do something about this. And that. How it will affect. Are you worried that it will be a positive or negative effect for your dating? To me, the only negative effect would be time, right? Being a dad, streaming, and also having the time to date. I mean, I basically found the love of my life through Twitch. Not entirely true, but I don't think that we would have become a couple if it wasn't for the fact that we were both streamers. We didn't meet through Twitch. I heard of, because I mean, we're from a small town, both me and Siri, and I heard from a friend of mine that he knew someone from this city that also was a streamer. It's like, cool. And I didn't ask who it was or anything. And then a friend of a friend had a birthday party that me and Siri both attended, and that's how we met the first time. But the reason we had streaming is what allowed us to have a reason to see each other. Because we sort of bonded over the fact that we both were streamers on this party. And Siri said she hated me first time she met me. She already knew she hated me. I was the most obnoxious person she has ever met. Apparently. But also intriguing. Must have been intriguing or something. I mean, she ended up being interested in being my friend. And we were friends for a year. I was seen her stream a few times and helped her out with some tech stuff. And then we partied together a couple of times. And then after a year we realized there was some feelings involved. So yeah, I don't think that would have happened without her being a streamer. So someone has parked the harvester right next to the rock crusher. It's kind of I guess I can move it once this is floating. It doesn't even belong here. It doesn't really have a home. I reorganized the yard so much that nothing really has a home yet anymore. But when I'm done with the rock picking, I think that would be a very good thing for me to do on the farm. To just reorganize things. You don't think you'll meet a streamer to date? No. There's no way of knowing. I'm not sure it's a perk either. Speaking from experience, right? the positives of being able to share the same lifestyle and the same work hours and have things in common, you know, work-wise. Also have the downsides that you're putting all the eggs in the basket. Streaming is not a particularly, it's not that it's not stable, but it requires you to be mentally fit, right? It requires you to, in a way, it requires you to be happy. Simplified, you know, just cutting a lot of important parts out. But yeah, say you're in the relationship and you're having a tough time. That's gonna affect both of your streams. So I'm not saying the positives are not worth it, but I'm saying there are negatives to it as well. Many jobs allows you to just go there even if you're having a bad day. It allows you to go there for the money, the paycheck, right? Streaming isn't one of those. Now, other things to consider is streaming something that is a deterrent for a potential partner. Now to that I want to say, if it is it really the partner for you? So I don't think partners need to share all the hobbies and interests that the other one has. But they kind of have to accept it, right? And if you're a person who can't accept your partner's hobbies or interests, you're probably not a very good person. And some hobbies and interests are hurtful to a person, right? Not every hobby is a good hobby. And then if you think you know your partner well enough and you have the patience to make him see that, then support the person, try to make him see it your way, and be patient enough to follow through on what you believe is the best for the family. Say ice hockey, for example. It's my passion. I love it. I think a lot of my mental struggles in life is from not playing ice hockey. But ice hockey is expensive and dangerous and can be very hard on your body. And the way I used to play ice hockey before I met Siri was definitely hurtful to my body. So Siri came in and she's like, okay, I get that you love this, but you're also a dad, right? You want to be able to go play with your son, because it was a period of time where I was injured for months, different things. It's just one thing after another, and she was like supportive, but like questioning, is this really good for you in life? And that wake-up call and that talk was really, really good for me, because I realized that no, it isn't. Not in the way that I'm currently playing ice hockey. Then it makes more harm than it does good. But the good part was that I was able to change. I was able to reconsider the value of chasing every puck, the value of putting in a heavy hit or going into a fight along the boards. It's just a game, and I play it for fun. I don't get paid to do it, and it's not worth going down on my knees blocking a shot. Better let the enemy score, get out of the way for the puck. Because if you get a puck on your hands or something, you can break fingers and can definitely hurt yourself. I've gotten so many pucks on my feet, for example, that caused me to use crutches for like a week or two. Seriously, because I play as a defenseman. So I don't know. I happened to get a lot of pucks on my feet. But this was when I was playing in a league. Still, it was just for fun, but it was a bit more serious then, and I took it more serious. But it also made myself get injured more frequently. So yeah, with Sirius, from her point of view and understanding how she felt about my ice hockey playing, I slowed down. I played more aged appropriate, and I didn't get injured a single time for 2.5 seasons. And then COVID happened, and there was no hockey, and then the move happened, and there was no hockey. So yeah, long story short, if there are some hobbies that are not good for you, and as a partner, I don't think it's anything wrong with discussing that, and if you end up being right, your partner will see that. Now, I don't see what's harmful about streaming, especially if it's something that either doesn't cost you money or that makes you money. I mean, if streaming is something you spend more money than you make on, it's not a job, it's a hobby. And then you gotta ask yourself, well, how much money is that hobby worth? But if you make money streaming, it's a job, right? And what's harmful with that? I mean, if you have a normal full-time job paying the bills, and instead of just gaming, you also go live and stream, then your financial pressure isn't so hard. Like, you don't have to make that much money. At the same time, imagine you stream for 4 hours every day after work. A normal job is like, what, 8 hours? And then you spend another 4 hours on a hobby of yours. That doesn't leave a lot of family time, does it? But if you were to make a viable income from those 4 hours, well, then it's good for the family, arguably. But if you barely make, like if you make $100 a month, then it's a hobby, and then you might consider to cut down on it. So there's a lot of scenarios where I could see streaming not being healthy for a family. Wait, what was the next thing I was gonna do? Spray. Wasn't it? We need to put down... We're gonna finish the rock picking. And then we put on... put on some lime, right? What's that color? Stubble tillage. Yes, there we go. This looks decent for fertilizer. Apparently you can get... Okay, you don't get higher? In the nitrogen? In the silty clay? Maybe not. Oh, this one is really red. Wow. So yeah, we need to put in lime here. It ran out. I started doing it and it ran out. So this field and the lower field. And then, yeah, 14, 15, like all of these. Why is this one grayed out? Is that because they need soil information? Or are they not grayed out? It just, maybe it feels like it. This one too, it's like... They feel more grayed out. Might be for a reason. Slime do we have? We're out of stones. Oh, wrong button. But we have another 9,000, almost 9,000 liters, and the 14,000 we have in the sprayer. So it's not nearly enough for all other fields. So we have to go and buy some.
Thanks for the follow.
Jay. Ah, it scared me. Hi, Juko. Are you a Finnish farmer by any chance? My alerts are... They're not jump scares. But the volume of them, to me, makes them jump scares. And it's so nice. It's like getting a shot of Red Bull for free. Heart just, boo, wakes up, you know? Fantastic. So how high up on this field was the silty clay. So just over the tree grove. That's quite a sharp line. Welcome back. What kind of ads did you get? Or what did you get the ads for? Oh, that's gonna be amazing, yeah. Like, when this phase is over, like, I understand. Rather, when the separation has gone through, or rather, already when you realize that it was happening, right? It must feel like an eternity, like everything is just slow. That you would have wished for it to just be done already. Sorry for not finding the words. But I think it's gonna feel so good. Cause like it sucks, right? But it doesn't suck any less because you're alone in the house. It's probably gonna be better for you. Not to mention that you can get started with finding something new, some new happiness in life. And I'm glad for you that it ended up being this way. Better to learn early in life that you're not right for each other than to spend the entirety of your life resenting the partner you're with, or having the partner you're with resenting you. Both are equally awful. There we go, now I've sorted out that corner. I'm gonna put the AI to work again. Gonna hire someone to finish this field for me. And I'm gonna go and check on the rock picker. Oh, wait, this field is already... that's probably good. Oh no, that's straight. Not straight. Not straight. Maybe that is good. Okay, cool. So if you wonder why it looks like I'm leaving a sliver, it's because I've already turned that down in the soil. I've done a mulching operation after I put on the lime, but then the field wasn't perfectly sprayed with lime. No, it's gonna leave a sliver. I thought it would. That's fine, I'll go and fix that later. And of course the rock picker has failed. But it's almost finished. It's perfect, because then I can do some manual stuff here where it's a little bit tighter. Yeah. That's gonna be so good. You're gonna be a new man. Have you started writing any lists like this is what I want to achieve with life and these are my goals? Or are you just gonna enjoy the, I guess, the freedom, right? I felt so for the first year of IBM, I was his primary caretaker, and since then, the past year we have shared the duties, but it's still been like I haven't felt there been so much me time. And now he's gonna be away for a week, 7 days, no baby, and that's gonna be weird. And for that week, I feel like if we just went about our day without a plan, we wouldn't enjoy it as much as we could be doing if we made a plan for it. Because it's exhausting being a parent, but it's also not that I'm like exhausting in the way that I want to rest when I'm not a parent. Rather the opposite. Like when I'm not a parent, I'm resting from being a parent. But I want to be physical, I want to be active, I want to be adventurous. So I wouldn't be down to just like do a movie marathon when we have a babysitter, basically. When Ebby's on holiday with his grandparents, right? Oh yeah, rock picking is definitely, I mean, it's one of those things you just have to do. I think plowing is my least favorite task on the farm. But rock picking, it's up there. So I really, my first fields were these hills. So I thought, wow, these fields are huge. And they're very affordable. So I'm gonna see if I can hire an air worker here. I was gonna miss some. Fuck that for the story. So yeah, my first fields were can I not mark just one? Yeah, I can if I do this. So yeah, this field, and this field, and this field. These three were my first fields. And man, have I regretted it. Like sure, these fields are very affordable per hectare, but farming them is so expensive because you need like the 500 horsepower tractors to pull a plow up there, and you need the 600 horsepower harvester, otherwise you can't farm them, and it takes forever compared to the flatland fields like these ones. And AI really struggles with them because they're not square, straight, back and forth. No, it's turns. So it's like, I'm done with my job. You've done a corner. And then it's like, oh, I'm done. So I really fucked up with these fields. I think these fields are great for baling. So if you're baling hay, for example, or silage, then they're good. Hijack. And I think they are going to be good for vineyards and forestry. So I'm going to do a vineyard here, where I have the good soil, where I have the loam up here. It's going to be a vineyard. And then here is going to be factories. And then we're going to do some forestry on the top of the western part of the top field. This one has really good soil and good yields. And it's not as steep, and it's fairly nice. I might continue to grow crops up here. Maybe some corn. And then this field, this is gonna be forestry. Maybe I'll leave the top plateau for corn. So it's corn here and corn here, or cotton, alternating. But this, where we have silty clay, and it's so steep, definitely forestry, definitely. And then here we can grow like sugar beets and high value crops because it's a good manual work area. And then this is going to be a forestry. This is one of the steepest part of the map, very steep. Oh yeah, right, Trumpin. Right. How much you should tell your stream about your life? I think this is a really important, like, fun question. That me and Siri have talked a lot about, and I'd love to pick your brain about it, Jump. But so many parents are against putting their kids on YouTube or on a Twitch stream. That's really common. But if Michael Bay or James Cameron would call him up and say, "Hey, your kid would be amazing as a child actor in the next Star Wars movie," right? Would the same person disagree to that? Right? We feel like we are being shamed by some people for having Ebbe on stream so much. But I don't see the difference between doing streaming and being a child actor in a TV show. I know. And I'm curious to getting arguments from people that are opposed to having their kids on stream. Now, it doesn't seem to me like you are opposed to it rather than your wife is. But maybe you can share some insight to this, Trumpet. So what is unsafe about streaming? Because I don't get it. Sure, America is a little bit different. In America, you don't let your kids ride on public transport by themselves when they're 5 years old. People would probably do that in Europe. Maybe not all of Europe, but in Sweden for sure. I mean, considering if someone were to meet them at the bus stop, right? Because in traffic at 5 years, that's a little bit. But you just sit them on a bus and then having someone else to come and pick them up, that'd be fine. Slave stuff? That's it. Like, how valuable is a kid? But I think most people are worried about this in America, right? Like, this is the worry, right, in America, that someone is gonna, like, if you leave your kid in a park, someone will kidnap it. Or similar. Does that happen often? Like, I'm not reading the news from America, but human trafficking? Does it happen? Or is it like Jack says, it's far-fetched? And it's just a worry. I mean, if you don't have to put yourself at risk, no matter how small the risk is, why do it, right? That's it. Like, say the odds are 1 in a million that your kid would get kidnapped, right? If you don't have to put them in that 1 in a million risk, why do it? But when it comes to streaming, I really don't agree that there's any viable reason not to. But I also accept everyone being allowed to not do it. You know, I wouldn't force someone to have their kids on Twitch. yeah, Jack, yeah. Seems reasonable to me. It's also a little bit down to where you live, probably. Like, in what state and what part of a city. The letting your kids go free, right? It's probably some areas of America where the risk of an abduction would be higher than others. But overall, I think we worry too much, or Americans worry too much. Now I'm offending so many people probably. Yeah. Isn't it like, I just remember hearing this, but I don't know if it's true, so don't quote me on it. But that there's the bigger chance of you being in an accident going to the airport than from the airplane itself, right? I heard that somewhere. That you're more likely to die in the car accident, in a car accident on the way to the airport. I mean, for you streaming Trumpet, you wouldn't benefit from making it known where you live, right? Like for us it's a little hard not to, because we want to be able to stream from the house, jump in the car and do a road trip stream to wherever we're going, and it doesn't, like, you don't have to be a professional geoguesser to figure out our address, because you'll eventually see a street sign, right? And you can just backtrack from there. Okay, they took a right, they took a left, they took a right, and then they took a right, they took a left, you know? So it doesn't take a genius to figure out where we live. And that would be a very easy thing to solve from just streaming our faces. Like as soon as we get in the car, we don't stream out the window, but we stream our faces, and then we can start streaming the road when we're sufficiently amount of kilometers away from our house. So backtracking would be next to impossible, like needle in a haystack kind of thing. But we're not worried about weirdos coming to our door, really. I think we could stand to upgrade our insurance though. That'd probably be a thing that would give me a little peace of mind. Oops, reading chat right into my RTK station. Oh really, Jack? That's nice. Because I mean, Cologne isn't that one of the largest largest CSGO tournaments, right? That's big. So how was TwitchCon, Jackaroo? It was last week, right? Is it? It was last week. I'm sure of it. Yeah. I was really sad we didn't go to TwitchCon. Oh, you didn't end up going? How so? Oh, the moderation thingy? Or just not up for it? Well, anyway, I really wanted to go, and I was like just like a week prior looking at hotels and how we would travel. It just didn't. We really couldn't make it work with Ebbe and justifying the time and the money and all of that. But I really wanted to. And that feeling was great, because now I'm sure that I want to book early for next year. And also like going for DreamHack and stuff like that, it's worth it. Like every local dawn event or happening. It's worth it for me and Siri to go and have a look, I think. So I want to do that more. Oh really, Jack? Yeah, no, that's right, that's right. And then you're going to the America TwitchCon event, right? Is it San Diego? Oh, I don't remember. But you're going to that too, and I get you have to prioritize some things with your time as well, right? Is it as fun if you do it every year and multiple events a year? Yeah, I bet that the mod lead position happened like quickly and was one of those like spontaneous things that is hard to say no to, because then they'll have to find someone else, and that someone else might be good at their job, you know. And I have no grasp of the concept, like how big it is, but are we talking the potential for it to be like a full-time job, Jack? The modding for ESL? Yeah, that's true. You can do the modding from wherever in the world as well. Like hotel internet should be good enough for text, right? I mean, 4G in any city would be good enough. 5G. I love jobs that you can take with on the road. Like the idea of being able to work from wherever you are. I'm not sure I would want to live a nomad life, just being on the road permanently. But what I am sure is that I would like to travel for months a year. And for another 6 years, we could do that. Oh yeah, right. So I mean, if you don't like money, it could be a full-time job, indeed. It sounds to me more like an extra gig, coming from what you make from your day job, right? I think it would be hard giving that up. I mean, maybe you don't need money. What's money worth anyway, right? Who needs money? Oh yeah, right, everyone. I presume you haven't... Oh wait, it's weekend. I am infinitely jealous of your 70 to 200 lens, Jag. Oh wait, there's no rocks on this field, right? Oh yeah, cool. Good that you remind me, Trumpet. I did see the stuff about the DIY streams. And I wanted to ask about it. Like in general, like what is your intent for content? And what is your goal? Like are you streaming to make money? Is your plan to replace your job as a programmer with being a content creator? Is your goal to make 6 figures? Is your goal to... You know, I think most Twitch streamers are very vague. on their goals. And motivation. I just stream a little bit for fun, you know. I'd like to make some money from it. There's a Twitch streamer called Mo, M-O-E, Mo, does stuff, I'm pretty sure. He has a GoPro on his forehead and does house renovation. So he buys houses, house flipper. He does in real life house flipper. And he has like 70 to 150 viewers. I think he makes a well worth income from having the camera on his forehead, right? Because he's doing things he would have done anyway, and the stream doesn't make it any less fun, and you'll probably get some subs from it. I can't watch his stream. I love the idea, but I can't watch it. I can listen to it, and I can watch from time to time. The problem is, and this is what I'm struggling with, because I want to do more IRL streaming. But the only way to perfectly capture whatever we do, say we're doing a car repair, or gardening, or excavating, or cooking, head-mounted camera would be the most convenient way for the stream to see what I'm doing. Because a lot of things a chest mount is great for, but a lot of things a chest mount doesn't work for. Like driving a car, a chest mount films the steering wheel. Doesn't work. And on top of head, doesn't work for a lot of things either. Like, say you're looking down under a cupboard. If you have a head-mounted camera, you're filming the top of the counter, not the sink that you're trying to fix. And I see him suffering from that a bit, but not too bad. I mean, it's head-mounted is better than chest-mounted for many things, but I get motion sickness from watching a head-mounted stream. It's just like, how do we get around that? And I think as a streamer you can affect it quite a lot with how you move your head. That you can be smoother, not bobbing back and forth, and horizon leveling on the GoPros help. But all the back and forth and turning around, yeah, the motion sickness. I haven't figured that one out yet. Not to mention I haven't figured out where to mount the camera, where it's not too high, not too low. I think over the nose would be the perfect position, or actually between the eyes would be the best, right? But there's no GoPro or no camera that I know of the quality of a GoPro that that can be mounted between the eyes. Solid fertilizer. We're gonna spread some fertilizers. I could go and do that, I guess. Sorry about this mess here. There was a hurricane and I haven't cleaned it up yet. Yeah, let's go with that. Hi Moby. I'm good. My cough has been controllable the past 24 hours. Actually, it was really bad when I was trying to sleep earlier today. Yeah. But it's been okay this evening. Enough so I can stream, which is really fun. I'm really glad I can be here. I think Jack said something that I didn't really get to. Yeah. Jack says, for most Twitch streamers, streaming is more of a lifestyle than a goal. I think for most people on Twitch, they are gamers, and like, why don't I stream as well? More than that, they have no sort of plan with how to get to their goal. I think every Twitch streamer just wants to make money without a plan on how to get there. Thinking maybe like, oh, I'm just gonna be the best content creator I can be. I'm gonna be funny. I'm gonna stream many hours or stuff like that. Let's throw it on field 21. It's not a lot. It won't be enough, I think. But I don't think I will be buying more solid fertilizer. I think I'm gonna keep this what's it called? Spreader for lime, so I don't have to empty it. And then use the liquid fertilizer there. But then I would need to buy a second one, which is kind of expensive, I guess, for the herbicide. Yeah. Okay, so Moby asks, any modifications to the case? Yes. The cooling is insufficient. I thought about this when I first saw the design in person, that they have these Mac Pro Tower inspired cooling vents on the front, but there's no exhaust, right? There's just vents on one side and no place for the air to escape. I'm not an expert in thermal design, but I would like to think that it's beneficial to have one place where air goes in and one place where air goes out, rather than just one of the 6 sides of a box being both in and out. That to me seems a little weird. And we were having some overheating issues caused by OBS having a beta setting that made it work really hard and made the stream have like massive delay. Where are we going even? I mean, I guess we could pick any field, right? Could throw this on 19. So we were getting temperatures in the 75 degree range ish, 75, and it's not like awful. Ambient temp of 25. Oh, that's no good. Oh, you just have to wait a little bit, everybody. That's perfect. So, 75 degrees isn't terrible, but I want it to be lower, because what if we stream outside and it's in the sun, right? And like 28 degrees ambient temperature plus the sun, then I think we could run into thermal issues, and we don't want that. Hi Shark! Speaking of OBS, Intel is doing their GPU release. How you can use the iGPU? How does it work? Also, iGPU, that's the GPU in the CPU, right? So instead of using the hardware encoding in the GPU. Right. Yeah. Moby says that I at least have 2 main bodies, so I can modify one with drilling holes in it, etc. It doesn't really work that way, because the Mac Mini is basically mounted upside down, right? So the main body is the upper shell, and the PCB is right next to it, and the cooling fan and all the extra space in the case is on the bottom, effectively speaking. And the new MacBook Air M2 runs at 108 degrees. Yeah. Huh. That's yeah, I haven't seen those temps, but 76 I think was the highest, and that's on the hottest core. But they were all like 72 to 76. So what I did, Moby, is I took a plier and just cut off big chunks of the bottom plate. Because I thought, if it breaks, we can make a new one. And it seemed to lower the temperatures, but I didn't do a final test because I went to bed as Zero was streaming, so I didn't see the temps if they changed. But I would presume they did. If it was enough, I don't know. And if it isn't enough, I saw you about putting in a fan. I still have the Mac Mini's original fan, so I could just stick that in there, like cut up a hole and make it blow some air. It doesn't have to be like maximum efficiency, because we kind of want to go down 20 degrees or something, and I don't think we would need a lot of airflow for that. Or the stock temperatures were around 36 degrees to 42, I think up to 42 degrees while streaming, which is incredible, to be honest. So Jack, are you looking to upgrade your MacBook Pro? Which model? The 16? Well, I guess I should go and buy lime, because I don't have enough stones. So I don't know why I'm parking this. 2019 final. Yeah. That's a few years. I mean, for someone that is tech interested like you are. But I bet it has a like a bunch of life left in it. For someone like me who has an iPhone 6s, I'm like, 2019? That's brand new, man. It's brand new. Wait, where am I going? For an everyday machine, the M1 is incredible. Like some dark magic incredible, Jack. I'll let you know, Moby. I'll let you know. So far, it's not broken. So we were considering getting the Air. It would have been nice, of course, with a laptop for the streaming rig, but in the end, the size is just too big for the 13-inch MacBook Air. It's just too big, and it weighs a little much. So that's why we went with the Mac Mini. I don't know if I mean, you probably have figured it out between the lines, right? That we have gotten an M1 Mac Mini for the stream. I think the total weight with the case that Moby made, we're talking 174 grams. And the MacBook Air weighs 1.2 kilos, right? That's a huge difference. Yeah, I've heard that in the next release that the M1 will be supported natively and not through Rosetta, and that it currently is using Rosetta, right? And the thing with that is, it still only uses like 30%, right? It's running Rosetta, and it's using 30% CPU power at like 15% CPU, like watts, 15 watts of power draw. So with the updates where it supports it natively, it's probably gonna be ticking on at like 10 watts or something, and that's gonna be fantastic. Because for us, it's not like it would be fine if the CPU utilization was like 90%. That would have been fine. Because I don't know if have you ran an M1 before, but what makes it so crazy, the M1. A normal PC, if you have a task on it that uses like 70+% CPU, you can feel it in the whole system. If you launch like a Chrome browser, right? If you launch a Chrome browser whilst you have a 70% load, it will feel sluggish and slow. The M1 Max though, you can't tell. Opening up a lighter task, it's something like the scheduler, right? It allows you to, like, whatever you want to be doing, it gives you power to do. Whilst any Windows machine I've ever used, or Mac for that matter, if you use a heavy load and you want to use it for something else, it will feel slow. But M1, even if you're running at 100% CPU utilization, it's like surfing the web. Enjoyable. And we have the 8GB RAM version, and it just works. And that's incredible. Have you ever had your PC be at 70% load? Probably not. I mean, other than like synthetic benches or something. Have you ever been close to maxing out your system in a real world scenario? Oh really, Moby? Nice. Commissions must be like the most fun ever, right? Keychains. Oh, nice. Nice. That's true. That's one of those. Video exporting, yeah. Back when I did a lot of videos, I was always so tired when a project was finished. So when I was finished editing, it was almost always in the middle of the night. And I felt like if I sleep on it, I will have better eyes to be critical for small faults and flaws that can be improved on. So I never delivered to a customer unless I absolutely have to. I never delivered to a customer same day as I finished. So I slept on it, and then I looked it over again, and it was always, almost always, like small things, like timing between a clip here and there, or like a adjustment of title positioning, just small things. And I went back for. And then when I exported, it was perfect for me to just go and make some coffee whilst it did the exporting. I mostly did short films, right? I did like 3 minutes or less, so the exporting didn't take forever. Alright, the rock picker. He seems to think he's done. Can we agree? Nope. What are you doing up here? Okay. Oh yeah, trumpet, yeah. I mean, laptop streaming is definitely the easiest way to go. Siri did that for summer, before we got the Live View Solo. She carried around the laptop in the yard. And then to that she hooked up a capture card and a Sony A7S. So she didn't use a webcam, she used a proper camera, but used the laptop as the streaming device. It's very convenient. Yeah, without the alerts, a phone is quite convenient too. But I think, I mean, with say the Streamlabs app, you can get alerts on the phone if you have an Android. And there are like mega cool cloud streaming software where you can use multiple phones and have the basically OBS be in the cloud. But that's for high-end production. Oh, so you say Streamlabs doesn't support UVC yet? I see. Oh, and Trumpet runs iPhone. Well, then you're screwed. just kidding. There's many workarounds, but none of them are nice. Yeah, then you're fucked. I actually know friends that full-time stream with iPhones. But what they do is they stream from their iPhone back to their home PC. So the iPhone is basically a wireless camera, and then they do all the alerts and stuff on the PC at home. And that, I mean, that works. It's just, I mean, to me, it was too much of a hassle doing it that way. So for Siri's rig right now, she's using a Mac Mini that have been gutted, so it's no longer in its aluminum case. The Mac Mini weighs a kilo, right? 1,000 something grams, and I have put it on a diet, so now it weighs 174 grams, which is just fantastic. That's basically the same weight of an iPhone, but it's a Mac. The capture card, the new capture card we got a Blackmagic Recorder 3G per Jack's recommendation, and I think it's fantastic. But it itself weighs 154 grams, so the capture card weighs the same, almost the same as the Mac Mini, which is absolutely bonkers. Absolutely ludicrous. But that's because it's in a metal case. The capture card is it's like a heavy gauge metal case. The case itself weighs 130 grams or something like that. I think the capture card weighs like 50 or so. So I'm quite keen on maybe removing the case and making a 3D printed case for it as well, to go down in weight. But we'll see. I kicked that I kicked that question down the road. We'll see. Jack, are you good at soldering very small things? And is that something you enjoy doing? So I tried to modify an HDMI cable, and I didn't fail. It kind of works, but it's a very shitty job. Like, I wouldn't show anyone the job, right? It's awful. I had no idea HDMI cables were so complex. I thought they were like dumb cables, to be honest. But HDMI cables are incredibly sensitive pieces of kit. The whole HDMI standard. I feel like, isn't it like incredibly dumb? Like made for the more for the copyright protection than for user convenience. Sort of like us consumer has been tricked into thinking that, oh, HDMI is such a good cable. It's just like an awful standard for everyone but Hollywood. Yeah, I'm like, why is SDI so much more expensive? SDI is fantastic. Why isn't like SDI everywhere? There must be a reason, and is it only cost? Like, wouldn't it be possible that economy of scale would make SDI cheaper? Or is it just the TX and the RX units in the STI is just so advanced that it becomes impossible to put it in cheap electronics? Wait, does it say I have 250 viewers, Trumpet? I mean, it's in the middle of the night. I wouldn't be surprised if we're on some front page here and there. So the way Twitch front page works is depending on what priority you have. Depending on what priority you have, you get put differently high up on the lists. And no matter if you have the lowest, I have one of the lowest priorities. When there's no other streamers, you get more allocation. Meaning you will be presented to more people, right? You don't want to jinx it? Nah, don't worry about it. So, front page viewer numbers are... You could compare it to bot numbers. They are rather insignificant. Now, that said, we do get some new followers and new people finding our stream through the front page. And I'm not saying that those are bots. That sounded a bit wrong when I said it. But the conversion rate from a front page viewer to the community member is insanely low, because most of the front page views are from people not actually playing the video, but rather just having a browser page open, and then maybe it's open because they're going to a new place, right? So they know where they're going. So they go to twitch.tv and then they go to the search bar and then they start typing, and in that time that they are on the front page, even if they're not actively looking at any stream or anything, they show up as a viewer to me in this case. So it doesn't, like, yeah, it doesn't affect much. But the promotion does give new viewers. So I'm really thankful that Twitch thinks my stream is worth publishing. But then again, they decided to push my stream on the front page when I did farming in real life. Well, when I lived the farming lifestyle out on our farm, not when I did the gaming. And I just don't think they care. I don't know. Maybe they still like my content, but I mean, it's not the same. It's not the same. And I think that no one has just gone to my stream to check it out. I would have been fired, I think, if they checked it out. What? You're playing a tractor game? Get out of here, man. No front page for you. I am joking, by the way. I don't think they would kick me out. Maybe they would. Oh, what do I know? Are you out of product again? Is this the largest sprayer the game has? It must be a larger sprayer. Is this one? 14,000. No, it's that one, I think, right? Whoa, 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 whoa. No, it's the 105 I have. Oh. I skimped out and bought the cheap one. Ay, ay, ay. So how much larger is the big boy? 14 to 18. Ah, that's insignificant. 18 meters. They spread the same width, same speed. It weighs what, almost twice as much. From an operator standpoint, it probably drives better with the boogie axle. Okay, Trump. Oops. The pH is decent on these fields, to be honest, compared to how it was on some of the other fields. It still greatly benefits getting some lime. And let's see if we can help the rock picker dude here. You're struggling here in the tree line, are you? We have quite a few rocks to pick. And then when we're done picking, making sure they all have lime and fert. And then we just wait for spring so we can go planting. Let's clean up the top of the field here. See if we can move the cursor as well. Mouse cursor. Hello? Has it died? Did I crash? Not yet. Almost though. Close. Nothing in this cove. Oh, they're along the side here. And turn right. Oh, it's so hard to see it under the line. Hopefully we get it. Seems good. Mixed a few. Seems like we have 3 rocks out here somewhere. That should pick it up, and then we go around. I wish stones showed up on the minimap. That'd be convenient, but this works. Oh, it was on the other side. I just missed it. Still? Oh, it might be plowing. Alright, let me see here. Ah, it's the plowing that I missed, not the rocks. I thought it looked like big rocks. And then we should go back up here. Yeah. We're getting it done so fast. AI really can't do these fields. Choosing to stay over here rather than to go back up the hill because the hopper is 95% full. And this is closer to emptying it. Before I go back uphill again. Oh no, I just missed that one. Let's see if I can get around. This area is clean. I start down here and then sweep upwards. I've tried using AI and that's sort of broken this field up. Honestly, quite nice chunks, you know, to sort of do one at a time. But I would have, if I drove the whole field myself, I probably would have gone around the perimeter and then continued going in circles until the field naturally split up into different parts and then finished one part at a time. So it's sort of similar to this, but instead of the divisions between the areas of the field happening organically, AI has just driven crisscross through the field. Oh, see rocks. Map is so useful to aim towards the rocks. Hi Black. We're rock picking and it makes the field look absolutely horrible. Thanks for your comment. It made me giggle. First I thought like, oh, do I look drunk? And I was like, yeah, I'm sick, so I mean shiny eyes and all that. Until I realized you mean my beautiful field, huh? Yeah. It doesn't look very good, does it? I think it looks hilarious. We're rock picking, and when rock picking, you don't have to do 100% of the field. You only have to drive over and actually pick up rocks where there are rocks. But I mean, the field, as you can tell, gets disturbed, so it sort of mixes down. The white stuff is lime, that you spread on for pH balancing, to get up the pH of the field. And it makes it look stripy. Really stripy. But for this process it's very good not having OCD, because it doesn't make any sense to do it. 100% coverage doesn't benefit you in any sort of way. It's so hard to see the rocks in the white stuff though. There is one rock, I think right here. Yep, right there. That's how difficult they are to see. Maybe it's easier from the cab? No. Actually, maybe it was easier. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not a lot easier. I just have a few on the top of the hill. Did I get it? I got it! And then that lonely stone over there. Let's go for it. And then the bottom. Some here. Why? Oh yeah, right. Because I didn't pick them up before I planted. And when you plant, you can't pick rocks because then you destroy all of your seeds. Of course, of course, of course. So they have been in there for the whole growing season. Right. I failed. Ah, there it is. There we got it. those in the north, the lowest part of the field, is unfortunately not able to be picked up. There's some bug. I try it every year, but without success. They just want to stay in the ground. Can plant some trees and ignore that field, that part of the field. I could also just plant over it, it's not the end of the world. Nice, Jag. I bet it's been a hell of a time doing lead moderation and working with your normal full-time job. So I bet some rest will be, or I mean, some free time, right? Not maybe rest, but for some free time will be nice. I hope you sleep well, and I look forward to you coming by so soon. I had Taika stream the other day, and I was like, "Oh, are you counting the days?" He's like, "Nope, 30." Thought that was funny. I mean, he really hates his job, so vacation for him is like the only time he lives in a year. Maybe that's an exaggeration, but he really loves being on vacation. Yeah, right. It's gonna be so nice being on the road again, Jack. Oof. It's gonna be so nice. But perfect as well, like now you've had such a hectic office time the past month. And I mean, traveling is hectic too. But so different. I think it's gonna be really good for you. Well, we're full again. So unfortunate. Like, how much do we have left? Like 200 liters, maybe? Maybe 200? We're full. That's fine. There's 139 liters left in the ground. 6%. Well. It's gonna be I thought there was one more rock here somewhere. Was that 2 maybe? I think one rock is 2 liters. Let's see. No, 4 liters. Alright. That one was 3. So it depends on the size of the rock, I guess. Oh, I can't pick here because it's grass, yeah. Need to plow the field or cultivate it or something. I guess cultivate it would be enough. Next up on my to-do list, other than fueling and cleaning, is to sort out the yard. So I think I'm gonna be fine with having one tractor just spraying. But then again, I could do fertilizer and lime at the same time. I guess that would speed up the process. Okay, let's wait with sorting the yard. That's also a thing we can do in the summer whilst the crop is growing. So it's no rush whatsoever to just sort up the yard there. I don't know if I can pull this manure spreader with this thing. It might be too heavy. If we do flat fields, I guess it could work. Let's see. Where do we need? Field 14. Field 18. It's not desperate. Definitely don't field whatever it's called. Oh wait, I'm looking at pH. Nitrogen. There we go. Well. Oh yeah, we ran out of fertilizer. We ran out of the solid fertilizer. Let's fling some manure in it. Ugh. Smells. So we need some lime on this field. But it really looks like 18 could need some as well, so I'll see if that is true first. Yeah, that likes it. Like some field doesn't... I feel like this is sprayed. Maybe this is missed, to be honest. I'm not sure. Is it soil type? But not in a straight line like that. Did I run out? That line is way too straight to be natural. But here, for example, you see this little vein going through 21 and 22. That is sand. Or loamy sand, rather. It goes up like this. And it doesn't... the pH doesn't go higher than... What is that? 5.75 maybe? Something like that. It's turning green beautifully. Look at that. Wait, did I start from there? No, I did. So the solid can't make it as green as the liquid did. The manure can't make it as green. It's not that strong. Is it set to automatic rates? It says 10 tons per hectare, but it doesn't change, does it? We'll figure that out with the final spraying of fertilizer anyway, so. Yeah, here it says 3.6, 7.9, 6.4, so it does change. Well, that could be because it's already been here. Like if you look at the map here, it's getting even greener. So, but it's at least sensing. Well, it's not doing a very good job, is it? Here, applied. It's not very much. It's also night. I think the sensor doesn't work at night. I wonder if the good sensor work at night. Like this sensor. Well, it's only for sensing real nitrogen uptake of the crop. Yeah. Hi, Roadrunner. Yeah, people are definitely. If you're referring to my viewer numbers, it's almost like I have a bot going, right? I'm being promoted on the Nordic front page, but it's like in the middle of the night, so there's a lot of lurkers. I don't see my numbers right now, but someone said before it was like 250 people, and no one chatting. So that's indicative of being on the front page in the middle of the night. I mean, you chat. Some chat. That's not true that you saw me from the front page. Maybe it's character browsing. Roadrunner, it seems like you would be a person who streamed Euro Truck Simulator. I used to stream a lot of Euro Truck back in the day. It was my main game for at least half a year. I've been considering how important it is putting it in the title. Because I think some people can be upset by it seeming like viewboarding, right? No trucks? Okay. Okay. What do you stream then? At this point in my life, I'm not a full-time streamer. I'm just a hobby streamer. I work as a cameraman and a tech support for my partner Siri, who is a full-time streamer. And I'm also a stay-at-home dad. What are you doing now, AI? No makes sense. Good night, Moby. All right. I don't dare touching Satisfactory. I think it would be way too much satisfaction for me. Oof. What do you farm in real life then? Homestead or professional agronomist? What's it called that? Am I from Norway? A little bit. An insignificant part of me is from Norway. My mother is adopted. She was born Norwegian, but she was adopted by a Swedish family. So I was born in Sweden, but I have Norwegian heritage. You're also named Johannes. It's a fairly rare name. I mean, internationally speaking, it's a very rare name. So I mean, this field, it went from dark red to orange. I guess that's enough. You can't really expect more from one pass of vert, I guess. They do a good job here on the pH. Yeah, I missed a little bit here. Let's see if we can... If we can put some in the middle there, if I have missed. It really feels like I would have. Look at that. How does that happen? How does that happen? I'm not sure I understand. There's one pass in the middle that is not done. Oh, this feels gonna be so ready. So the pH, fantastic. Gonna add some here. Some lime to get it up a little bit, and the fern is just perfect for planting. And then as soon as we get some leaves coming up out of the ground, we'll do another spraying of liquid fertilizer. There we go. I think we can stop you now, because wasn't it just that little bit on this field that was not sprayed yet. Seems to be some gaps here. Let's just pass over it to be sure. That'll do. And let's go up and fix field 18, I think it was called. I think this is the end of the 5th year here on the farm, maybe 6th in-game year. We're deeply indebted. If you just tune into this playthrough, I'm running a mod called like $10 million loan limit, and I started this server with the goal of making cakes. So in as quick time as possible, I wanted to produce 1 pallet of cake to be sold. And it took me 2 seasons, about 84 in-game hours. And when I was finished, I had $7.4 million in debt. So it took me $7.4 million to produce 1 pallet of cake. And if you think that sounds like a lot of money for a product that is worth like $6,000, you'd be absolutely right. 100% right. And I've been hemorrhaging money ever since. Currently I'm $10 million in debt, which is the maximum. We just this month did a $902,000 investment though. So that's like that took away all the margins. Before the past couple of years I've been at like 9 million-ish, 9.5. But now I have exerted all of my credit and I don't know if I'm gonna make it to next season's harvest. This fact, we have quite a bit of money locked up in both cake. We have a good, I mean this is probably, well, it's like 6,000 per pallet, right? So it's 4 times 2 times 1, 2, 3, 4. And then there's another 2 there. So 4, 16, 32 times 6,000. 6,500 if it's good sell price. So yeah, if it was 100, we're in 600. So a third of 600. So this is like 200k, right? About. Might have more pallets over here, to be honest. Well, just 3. Then we also have we have a bit of a strawberry situation, but strawberries isn't very. This is not worth a lot, right? I think what is this, like 500 liters, and strawberry goes for 1,000, even that per 1,000 liters. So that's 2 pallets is 1,000 liters. I actually don't know what strawberry goes for. I've never sold strawberries. This is being saved because I'm going to buy another industrial bakery when I have the money. And then I thought, wouldn't it be good if I had a stash of strawberries for the industrial bakery? 400. So about... That's nothing. But it goes up to 500. Let's count it as 500. Then it's $1 per liter, right? So it's $500 per pallet. 2 pallets is $1,000. Can we get up on it? So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, $19,000. So that's quite insignificant on the whole scale of things. And then we have some reserve capital here. This is probably the most valuable asset right now on the farm. This is in the neighborhood of $300,000 worth of clothes. It's a year's production of clothes, and I think if I manage to get the sell price up to 19,000, we can hope, right? Then it will go for around 300,000. So that's like $500,000, right? In product sitting around, and I have a lot more inputs, so there will be even more products. Like I have the whole next year's worth of cotton already harvested, so that's another like 300,000 waiting to be produced, but I won't be able to sell that until a year from now because of how how price fluctuation works. Yeah. So it'll take me like forever to make that money. Let's close the lid in the back. Is this a race, dude? Hey, let me in. Let's go the back way. Let's go through the woods. Shortcut. Oh wait, let's park it next to the sprayer. Whoa, 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 whoa. I thought I cleaned this mess up. So you have run out of lime again. Going the wrong way, am I not? I am. Welcome back, Trumpet. I enjoy playing this game at night. It's a very different vibe from daytime. And honestly, in the winter, you don't really have a choice. There's so few daylight hours that if you want to get things done before spring, it's gonna be a lot of nighttime trucking, nighttime farming. It's going good, Trumpet. In the midst of fertilizing. Whoa, 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 whoa. Making a mess out of things here. So fertilizing and cleaning up the yard is what we're up to. Oops. What part of the field have we done? Only that bit? Wow, that's embarrassing. Yeah, the game is very involved, I must say, Trumpet. And the precision farming update made it even cooler, in my opinion. Where you have different soil types and stuff. So it's helped me in the sense that now I know that. Let's go to soil. This is really shit soil compared to this soil. And I don't have to feel bad, because I wanted to build factories here. I talked about this earlier, right? But I want to build factories here, and I felt bad taking arable land to do so. But now I know it's silty clay. No one want to farm silty clay. It's just wet and low on nutrients. You can see it on the yield map here from last year's harvest that it's quite a lot lower. Like, this wasn't even perfect. If this was perfect, it would have been what is this, like 85%. There'd been a 40% difference, but it costs the same amount to produce the product, but you just guessed 40% less. So this area, which also is horrible to farm because it's so steep, this is incredibly steep. I'm gonna do forestry instead. So I'm gonna cut this field up in two. One that is this part, and then the top part, because this is relatively flat. This is on top of the hill, and this is the hill. So I'm gonna take this grove of trees and extend it like from west to east, all of this bit here. Then maybe I'll make some more factories here, maybe some cow pastures, because it's nice with the road access here and then access down to the farm here. So I might end up doing some either factories or pastures in the lower bit, because this is fairly flat. So I could be doing something here. I'll consider it anyway. But that's long. That's like 4 or 5 years in the future. Oh yeah, I wanted to see how many years we've done on the farm. If this was year 5 or 6. We're in November, so it's like really the end of it. 4? This is the end of year 4. Never mind. Here I am, full of delusion. I really thought we were in year 5. Huh. See? There we go. 304 hours of gameplay. I've farmed 913 hectares. That's nothing. Oh yeah, AI doesn't count as worked hectares. Because I'm like, how can I have done 22 hectares this season? I have more than 22 hectares of field. Don't I? Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. 6.2. 12, 13.4. 13.7, 14.7, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20.7, 21, 22.7, 26, 27.4, 30.4, 31.3 hectares. Yeah, I think I have 21.3 hectares. 31.3 hectares. About. It would be nice if it just said if I clicked here. It doesn't say. Minus 90? What's so bad with that field? Well, the pH was probably very low on it, to be fair, and it's currently quite low on the fert, and it has this big vein of loamy sand. I wonder what crop would do best in loamy sand. Grass, maybe? I see the environmental score here is very low. Why? No soil samples. Why? Why don't I have any soil samples? You need to redo that every year? Maybe. Let's purchase from field 18 and see what happens. I've never played Ark. The thing I've noticed as a streamer, what you enjoy playing the most might not necessarily be what you're best at streaming. And I don't mean that. I don't mean that the viewer's opinion of the stream is the only thing that matters. How much fun you have is a big part of it, and you might take lower viewer numbers for higher happiness, and also the quality of the viewers matters a lot as well. But say you have two games you like equally, right? You'll probably find that one of them suits your style of streaming better than the other. And that, I mean, no one can predict that. What's going to be good for your personality and character. Because that's a very difficult question. I don't think this will fit in the barn just yet. It doesn't stop me from being optimistic and trying it out. But let's do this. Right. Unload bales. Because I think that folds in the spout thingy. If not, well, fuck it. I think the DIY stuff is gonna be big in the future. I think right now the problem is there's no viewer base for it. Right? There's no category for like this is DIY, and therefore there's probably no viewer base for it. So it's like either you have a community and they enjoy seeing your DIYs, or you'll very slowly build one up, and I mean very slowly. Because people don't know what they want. That's the issue I'm trying to get at here. It's not that DIY is not good, or it's not that you or me couldn't be good DIY streamers. It's that no one knows they want it. No one is looking for it, and when no one is looking for it, you don't get any discoverability. And discoverability is low on a platform like Twitch, naturally. Because really, like, and a lot of people talk about Twitch like it's not doing enough for the small streamer about discoverability. But if Twitch would be promoting you or anyone else, that means they would not be promoting a different streamer. So it's not like they can't promote everyone always. So they have to make some choices, and generally speaking, it's so easy promoting the big guys, because the big guys are big for a reason, right? And there are probably so many gems out there, like really, really talented or funny or whatever streamers, right? There's probably a bunch of them out there that just doesn't get discoverability. Because they're sort of like drowned in the way that Twitch works. But with enough time, they will emerge. If that is a month or a year or 5 years, whatever, they will eventually find their way up. There's never too late to start streaming, right? It's like saying it's too late to start saving, because I mean, if you started when you're 20, you would have been a millionaire by now. Well, yeah, if you start right now, you'll be a millionaire by your 60s, right? But if you never start, you'll never be a millionaire. I mean, if you believe in saving, that is. I'm just trying to make a point there. That it's like, yeah, you would have been better off if you started 10 years ago, but you could still... Oh wow, I'm out of money. That wasn't very smart, was it? Whoopsie. So now I don't have money, and I can't borrow more money, because the bank says I've used up all my credit. Now that means that I don't have the fiscal means to buy fertilizer or seeds. And that means I can't farm, which is like a big deal. And I can't hire AI workers. That's not the end of the world. I can do some work myself. And I'm pretty sure I have seeds enough for the season. But if I don't make money, I won't be able to make next year's crop yield be optimal, and that will cost me money. Now luckily, I think we're gonna have our saving grace in that cake is gonna come up. We're in November, so I don't think cake is gonna come up until April, and then we're in planting season, so then the fields already have to be ready. But I'm hoping that my clothes will come up in price in February. That's what I'm praying for, at least, because that's like 300,000. And sure, I could sell it at a lower than optimal price. I could sell one pallet, to be honest, just to pay for fertilizer. Now with the biogas plant, I no longer lose money every month, because the biogas plant gives me more money than the interest of my $10 million loan, which is like $35,000 a month or something in interest, and the biogas plant pays more than that. So I don't need to worry to go bankrupt. I just can't purchase goods or services. which sucks. But I'll be able to. I'll be able to sell some stuff for sure. I mean, I could sell $20,000 worth of strawberries. That's something. I mean, 15 maybe thousand. Well, you got ads for Discovery Card, Fanta, McDonald's, and Xfinity. So in Sweden, like the only commercials we get are for Amazon shows right now. At least me, I get for like this. I don't know what it's called. It's something about his list. What's his name? I don't remember the actor. He plays in the Park and Recs and I don't know stuff. It's like an action Amazon film series. Don't get on my list, he says in the end of the ad. It's like the only ads I've seen lately. Okay, shall I go and sell something? I think I shall. How bad is cake? Last time I checked, cake was like at 5,000. So the losses would be immense if I took that price. Chris Pratt, yeah. Thank you, Chris Pratt. Let's sleep for the night and hope for better prices in the morning, and then do the rest of our field work in December. I mean, it's fine. We have plenty of time. I think we would like to be finished with our field work in February. April we do the corn, I think. Oh, let's check the prices. Oh no, it says. Oh, Sebbe. 8,000, 33,000. I'm now deep in debt. Minus 16,000. Didn't I say that I would keep myself afloat with the costs? Oh yeah, okay. Because okay. It's like $33,000 in loan interest, right? That comes in one go. And the biogas plant gives me 17,000 in November. So that's not a full day, actually. That's okay, we have been in 8 hours in December, right? So in 8 hours I made 15,000. So that's 30,000 in 16 hours. And 45,000 a month, basically. Because I didn't have the biogas plant all of November. I bought it midway through November. So it's going to be $45,000 in the biogas plant, which is going to keep me afloat. No worries. But right now, I'm deep in shit. If I sell something, it doesn't really matter, because I need to sell for more than 16,000. Otherwise, I don't have any money anyway. Whew. Okay. Oh, Google helps, yeah. Same. I don't know why I didn't remember his name. I'm just gonna quick toilet break. Did I fail and mute the game, not the mic? That was lovely. Was a plural, Chris? Good one. Sorry for leaving you in the sound of the fans of the computer. That's not the most enjoyable thing, but it was a short break. Go to mute the mic, mutes the mutes the sound. Yeah, prices to sell. Let's see. Clothes 13,700 going up. Oh, the music covered it up? Maybe I didn't. I thought I that's what I muted, but maybe I didn't. Maybe the music was on. That's what I thought. You see that I that I muted the music and left the mic on. I'm dying. Oh, sorry. 51,000 liters of milk. Fortunately, bad price. Eggs at 24 eggs are really good. Eggs are really good. I'll do my best, Trumpet. But I felt like I would. I felt really bad a couple of times this past month when I've been sick. Cake 5,300. It's going up, but it's still horrible. So I can't. There's not much that I could be doing. I don't know. Oh damn. Oh damn. A 9 series. I've had one of these. Really neat little tractor. Actually, really neat little tractor. It's not so little, like 12.4 tons. Oh, you're right. I bet the fender with the controls on it is amazing. Oh, this one had the controls just further in. I see. I see. Do they cover as much on the side? They do. So if you risk bumping the fender, I bet it's nicer having the controls up there. But this is definitely easy to reach if you're short. For sure. Increase Wi-Fi range. Okay, so Jack is the person to ask, but he won't answer for the inexpensive. But he's very much more knowledgeable than I am. Think of Wi-Fi as a speaker, right? And if you have the speaker in one end of the house and then you're trying to hear it in the other end of the house, it needs to be a really loud speaker. But your hearing is also important. So if you have really shit hearing, instead of turning the volume up, it might be better to get yourself hearing aids, right? Because then your neighbors won't hear the music, but you'll still hear it at the other end of the house. And that's sort of how Wi-Fi works. That yes, you can just get a more powerful router, but the problem is more likely that your phone or laptop is not sensitive enough to hear it, and that you would need to have so much power that it's unreasonable for it to reach all that way. More likely the bigger issue is because it's two-way communication, right? So it's basically one speaker and one ear on each end. So when you're sending data from your laptop to your router, it's your laptop who's the speaker and your router that is listening, and the antennas on the Wi-Fi router is like really big ears, right? They're like huge ears, whilst your laptop has like built in both speakers and ears in a laptop. Not very good. So it's a combination to solve the issue. Like, yeah, you can get a better Wi-Fi card for your laptop, or like a USB dongle with an external antenna and stuff, but that's so inconvenient in a laptop. So even if it works and it would be equally good, it's just not a nice way of doing things. So then moving the speaker closer to where you want to be is probably the solution. Now, doing that, you can do it two ways, really. One, a mesh network, which is the best way of doing it. Hardwired mesh networks is even better, because then you don't have to take up any of the available radio spectrum. Like, say you're 3 people in the house, and you all 3 want to listen to different music. For you to hear your music, maybe you have to be a little bit louder than the rest, but then they don't hear, right? So you're competing for this airspace when you're multiple units and whatever in the house. And when you're using a mesh network, each of the pucks, the antennas, the devices, right, in the mesh talks to each other by screaming and listening and screaming. So it's like, sure, they're playing sort of the same song, sort of, but not really. Whilst if you have a wired connection between each access point, it's like you have a speaker system that follows you around. So you have a wired mesh network. You can really think about it like having multiple, like one speaker in each room, and that automatically switches to the next speaker whenever you go there. And that means that it's very quiet in your house, but it's easy for you to hear at high quality because you're right next to the speaker, and it always, like, it's like it's following you, but it's just stationary. And that's how we have it set up. But it's definitely more expensive, and you have to route cables and stuff, which is a pain. You can do wireless, absolutely. The absolute worst, but the absolute cheapest way, we're talking like $50 cheap. You can buy a repeater, it's called Wi-Fi repeater, and that is like a mesh network. You have one antenna here and then one antenna over there, but none. Because the repeater acts like a listener, like a microphone. So say you put the repeater on your front yard, it will be a microphone listening to your router in the house and then screaming what it hears further on into the yard to you. And it's not like you get a lot of errors in doing it this way, but it becomes significantly slower, and you're eating up so much airtime doing it this way. Because the extender is like screaming and shouting back and forth to your router, and then you eventually get to hear that in your laptop over at the end of the front yard. But it's cheap. It's really cheap. It sucks for streaming. I'd say it doesn't work for streaming. It depends on how you want to do it. If you just want to move your laptop there, keep it there for a stream, fine. But the biggest hurdle about using the cheapest way, $50, with a repeater, is they become 2 separate Wi-Fi networks. So say your normal home Wi-Fi is called home Wi-Fi. Then the repeater will start its network, and you'll name it, say, home Wi-Fi 2. And then you, as a user, have to manually know that, okay, today I'm going to be in the front yard, so let's connect to the home Wi-Fi 2. Or you can name it front yard, why not? And then if you ever want to go into the house, you have to stop your stream, change Wi-Fi, and then go live again. Not the end of the world, but if it's something you do frequently, it will absolutely suck, and you don't want to do it. You don't want to do that. Now, a mesh network isn't guaranteed to work either, because depending on how many nodes you have in your mesh, right? So you can have like 20, 30 nodes. You can have an infinite amount of nodes. You can have one node in the bathroom and one in the hallway and one in the kitchen. It's like $100 per node, maybe 150. So it adds up quite quickly, but you can. they are supposed to be in charge of telling the whole system, right, as a whole, is sensing the connection you have to your laptop, right? And when it goes down, it has to guess, because it doesn't really know how far away you are. It's not that good at triangulating, you know. So it has to sort of test and figure out, is there another antenna that is closer to you? That doesn't happen client side, meaning your laptop doesn't do that. Your laptop is not like, okay, I know this network I'm connected to has like 20 antennas. Which of the antennas are best for me? That would be fantastic, but it doesn't do that. That's the job of the network to do. So the network is like, oh, how can I serve this laptop better internet and use less airtime? So airtime, megahertz frequencies, right? Going through the air. Airtime is the, I'm saying like screaming, like multiple speakers being on at the same time. It's hard to hear. But airtime is the time it takes for the data packet to reach your laptop. And the further away you are, the longer time, like actual time in milliseconds, it takes. So the closer you are to the antenna, the less airtime it is. The perk for you as a user on your laptop is that you get faster internet, because instead of taking half a second to send one packet, it just takes 1 millisecond, and therefore you can send 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 instead of having to wait like 1, 2 for the packets to get there. And that's why you get like lower speed over longer distances. So for the network, it's very good that you're repeat of the ads. You're back. Okay, good. I don't know how much of it you missed. I was talking about airtime. It's probably overkill for this class. I realize it's probably way overkill to talk about airtime. But anyway, you heard all the drawbacks about repeaters, which is the cheapest way of doing it. Now, what is the better way of doing it that isn't awfully expensive? For one, considering what router you have. If you have like the router your internet provider gave you for free, then a better router might be the cheapest and best way. Because are you completely out of range, or are you just having low data speed? Like, how big is your problem? If we start there. Because if you just want like a little bit more speed, then you can perhaps have one solution. And if you're completely out of range, then maybe you need more antennas, meaning a different network setup altogether. Because you can't really go and slap better antennas on a modem you already have. It doesn't really give you a lot of benefits. You can. Oh. Can give you a little boost, but I've never heard of anyone doing that. Fiber to a router, yeah. Like, I'm not an expert in routers, so even if you told me which model you have, I couldn't really say. But a $300 router is significantly better than a $50 one, obviously, even when it comes to range, not just speed. Two walls, huh? So we have 4 antennas in our network, right? So we have the ability to have 2 outdoor antennas and 2 indoor antennas. Our property, or house, is 1,400 square feet, and our yard is 10,000 square feet. That's the size of our house. And since we moved in, I have only had 1 antenna connected out of the 4 we have, and that covers end to end of our property. So the antenna we have, it's so good that, yeah, I go through all of the walls, through all of the rooms and all of the ceilings. Now, at the worst possible spot, which is sort of where I'm situated right now, I think the download speed is like 40 megabits and the upload 20-ish megabits. So plenty enough to stream, but it's not like downloading big games up here would be a nice experience, which is why I have a cable going up here. So there's a difference between routers, absolutely. Our router, because we have a, like the normal stuff, you buy a box which have network ports and then antennas on it. That's like everything built into one. We have like a dedicated router that just handles the internet traffic coming from our internet provider. And from that one it goes to a network switch that has all the ports for the wired computers, and it also has PoE, power over internet, so it can send power in the network cable to our antennas. And then we have the antennas, or access points as they're technically called. In our old place, we didn't even have enough with our 4, but in this house, just one is covering the entire house, which is kind of cool. We will install the others though. We will install them because you can turn down the power of each individual antenna a lot when you have more of them. You can sort of manage it on an antenna basis so you get as little radio interference in the house as possible with the same performance. That's why you want more antennas. That's the optimal way of doing it. And this setup that we have, we paid $100 for the modem, or the router rather, and $140 for the network switch with PoE, and then $160 for the 2 big antennas, and each for the big antennas, and $100 for the 2 small outdoor antennas. They're not small, but they're cheaper. So 2, 3, like $700 maybe total system cost, which is ludicrous for a home of our size. But again, we didn't buy it for this house, and it's gonna be nice for this house, don't get me wrong, but overkill indeed. We bought it for a 11-acre farm, and I think when I counted on it, to cover the whole main area of the farm, it would be about a $1,500 investment. Oof. But yeah, we don't live there anymore, so we don't need it. Be able to link the antennas. We have Ubiquiti stuff. So our big antennas are the AC Pro. They're called Ubiquiti AC Pro. I think for your scenario, like one AC Pro would probably be sufficient. But you can't just have the antennas, you need to have something to connect the antenna to, something to handle the traffic. And I don't know what the cheapest way of doing it. I don't think you need the network switch either. Like if you want to go strict Wi-Fi, I'm sure Ubiquiti has better stuff for you than the stuff we have. They have different lineups and stuff, more designed for home gamers. Honestly, this stuff is a little too complicated for me. Then again, you're a programmer, you're probably tech savvy. Like I don't fully get how to do the settings on our stuff. Which is like Jack is our network manager. Like literally, he came over to. No, he didn't come over. He did phone support to install it. But now that he comes over in like 20 days or something, we will do some maintenance and install the other access points that aren't currently installed. So he'll help me with that. So yeah, that's gonna be fun. I think this system that we have is sort of scaled to handle like 100 units connected at the same time. I think that's the scale we're talking. So for businesses or small schools or something, like each antenna, the AC Pro, I think is rated for like 100 units connected to it. And ours have like 4. So yeah, it's a bit, it's quite a lot of headroom. Quite a lot of headroom. Oh fuck. Let's see if we can fix this problem. Oh. How do we... I mean, we could ignore it as well. Could just do that and strap it in and hope that it doesn't go anywhere. There we go, fixed. Done. Oh, it doesn't work that way. No, that's with our setup it's literally impossible to do that, Trumpet. So the antenna needs a server basically, right? So the antenna is dumb as fuck. It's just a plastic shell with an antenna in it. It's got nothing. It can't speak. Well, actually it has some circuitry, but yeah, you get the point. It doesn't handle the packets. It doesn't handle the traffic. That's what the router does. And the router can't. The router handles the traffic, and your router could do that. Your router could handle the traffic, but then you still need the switch, because the switch is what has the brains in it. In this case, the switch is what directs the traffic where it wants to go, and it also talks to the antenna. I don't think our setup is the way to go for anyone. It's just my 2 cents. I think it's overly complicated and overly advanced, but it's really flexible. It's really damn flexible, isn't it? Yeah. And it is really cool and awesome and fun. Yeah. It's a like you can do fun stuff like different virtual networks within the same network. So the antennas can give out multiple Wi-Fis, right? So you can make open Wi-Fis and closed Wi-Fis, and you can say if you're on the open Wi-Fi, you only get 10 megabits of download. You can never get more. it's come in hand, that emote, yeah. So you can say that our guests are never allowed to have the fast internet; they only get the slow internet. And you can make voucher codes. So you can print like a little note, like a hotel would have, right? Like a hotel would have with unique Wi-Fi passwords that only lasts 24 hours or 1 hour if you want. So you could be like selling internet to your friends, like, you want internet? 1 beer and you get 24 hours. It's massively overkill. So it's not meant for home installations. It really isn't. And you can have those cool like welcoming sites, right? So if you have this free open Wi-Fi, then your neighbors or your friends that come over connect to it, and then they get automatically redirected to a web page that you have designed, which is like, hey, Sirius and Johannes Internet, ask the host for a Wi-Fi access code before you can log in, and then a picture of my face, whatever you want, and then you can like, agree to these terms, and then you're online surfing, stuff like that. Why would you need that in your house? We have it, but why would you need? I mean, we're not using it, but we have the feature. I mean, I guess it's one of those like, whenever someone comes over and like, oh, what's your Wi-Fi password? It's kind of like a brag to have one of those sites. Oh, it's open, like just log in, and they get to like accept the terms like, you have to call Trumpet the man. I promise not to browse porn on your web Wi-Fi. Other really useful things you can do though with this Wi-Fi setup is, I started talking about airtime, and now again I'm going into the territory of like, this is overkill in the explanation, but the longer airtime you have, meaning the longer time it takes for a packet to reach your computer, the slower the throughput will be, because it takes so long for each packet to travel, and it can only send one packet at a time, right? So it will be very slow, and you can set the limit to how long that airtime gets to be, and that might sound like a silly thing, but basically, if you set it to be infinite, right, it will allow you to have effectively like 1 megabit of download. When you're at the far reach of your range of the Wi-Fi, then maybe you get like half a megabit connection. But you might think that's fine. You might say, well, I don't care that this will affect my whole network environment, because it's only me that matters. That I get internet, no matter how slow it is the most important part. So allow me to be connected no matter how low my connection gets. And that means that if someone is sitting next to your Wi-Fi router, their airtime will be like nothing, like tick, 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 tick. And your airtime is like wow. Wow. Imagine throwing a tennis ball, right? If they're next to you, they will be super fast. If you're yards away, it will take a while for the ball to travel. That's how data packets work in Wi-Fi as well. And when you take up that much airtime, when you're so far away, the person sitting next to it will have to wait. Even if the ball travels super fast, it will allocate it in such a way where it sends one to you, one to them, one to you, one to them, one to you, one to them. And they have to wait for your slow internet, and then they can get a super fast bit. And then have to wait for your slow internet, and then they get a super fast bit. Effectively cutting their speed down to whatever your speed is. So no matter how close and how good connection they have to the Wi-Fi access point, because of you, their internet will be slower. So that's something we have done on our network, that for our open Wi-Fi, for our guests, it has a minimum, let's talk in speed, minimum speed of I think 8 megabits per second. Curse you ads. I'll stop then. I'll wait for you, Trumpet. Shall we kick December in the bucket? Because we don't have any money and I don't want to sell. You want to hear about that term? Are you back, Trumpet? Four ads. Timing. Timing, man. Oh yeah, we have some grass. Make silage on that. I'll take like 2 seconds. And done. Done. Missing material. Done. Cool. I need to get milk from the cows. And my chicks want some food. Let's give my chicks some food. I don't really know what I'm waiting for, because I don't want to sell anything, and the sell prices are low, so I'll just feed everything that needs feeding. And maybe get some milk out of there so it doesn't become full. Oh, you're back. Nice. So, did you hear the part about even if someone is sitting right next to the router, if you have a long airtime, meaning that you are at the end of the reach, the person right next to the router will get slow internet? Did you catch that part? Yeah. So what we did with our system is we set it up so all of our guests must have short airtime, and me as the streamer, I don't. So for me it would give internet no matter how slow it is. But all of our guests have to have good internet connection, meaning the range for our guests is smaller than it is for me. To be able to not let a guest sitting at the end of our property kill the stream. So a guest would need to go closer to the house. And I think that's like the only truly useful for us feature that is overkill, but that is interesting to us. I mean, one solution is just to buy more antennas and then everyone will have good internet no matter where they are. That's the throwing money at the problem kind of solution, and it is the best one. But a good second is to limit their range. And that's something I don't think you can do with almost any other system. At least I have never seen it. But again, I'm not a professional Wi-Fi installer. But I think this is reserved to the enterprise grade stuff. Yeah, right, we're gonna get grain. We're gonna get some wheat for our chicks. I think we only have one bucket left of wheat, which means that next season we're gonna have to grow some wheat for our chickens. Glad that I thought of that right now. Hey, why can? Oh, I need the bucket. But I will say this about our Wi-Fi system. I regretted it when I paid the bills for it. When buying it, I thought it was massively overkill, and I was sort of regretting it. But I've never regretted it since. And it's always been one, like, the Wi-Fi has never been an issue, right? It's never crashed or behaved poorly, or it's just always worked. Thunder took out our router once, But that's, I mean, that's no matter what router you have, the same would have happened. Well, actually, this router has something that not every router has, which is a connection for a ground cable. So if I had a special type of network cable called tough cable that has an extra like a metal sheath around it for grounding purposes, it's meant to be dug down in the soil outdoors. If I had that cable, which is very expensive compared to normal cable, there is a connection point on the router itself, or the switch, the network switch. There's a connection to tie that metal sheathing into. So actually the thunder damage we had probably would have been avoided completely if we had that cable, that special cable. So yeah, the expense of the cable would have been cheaper than the new switch, I think. Yeah. Easy to think that you can save some money, but then just end up spending the same anyway, right? So yeah, telling something about the smoothie. What do you have to say about smoothies? Ebbe, he loves smoothies. Is his new breakfast favorite. How do I know? He's figured out where the blender is. It's in the cupboard. So he goes to the cupboard, he points, and then you lift him up and he's like pointing directly at the pitcher and like nodding at you, and I'm like, okay, so you want a smoothie? He's like, so that's his breakfast now. Like a grounding rod, similar in function, but not a rod per se. It's for light electric discharge. Like when the lightning strike hits 4 kilometers away, or like 6 miles away, right? There's enough energy in the ground that a network cable unprotected will blow out the network port. Maybe not the whole unit, right? But the port itself, yes. Because a network cable is 5 volts. So the network port on your device is only meant to handle 5 volts at like, I think the PoE is like 24 volts at the most, watts, but I think it's 12 volts for a normal. So at 5 volts, that's like 3 amps, right? Ish. So it's meant to handle like no current whatsoever. So even like what happened to us, the lightning struck 4 kilometers away, which is like 7 miles, I think. So 7 miles away, and our switch exploded. 7 miles away. And that would have been protected if we had the metal sheathing that goes around the network cable and protects the electrostatic discharge of a thunderstrike. It wouldn't, I mean, if the lightning would strike in the building, the whole electric socket would like blow off the wall. No amount of ground rods would help you then. It's lightning is incredible, scary, and just unbelievable. If you have a direct hit in your house, there will be literal fireballs shooting out of the electrical sockets. Even unsensitive equipment like washing machines and dishwashers and fridges and freezers and all of that stuff will just explode. Nothing electronic is safe, which is why unplugging it is the only way to deal with it. And Even like surge protectors and everything like that. It's like, nope, not enough. The most protection you can have from lightning is a Faraday cage, where you like literally put a metal net around your whole house, outside, like a metal wire, thick, like a thumb thick metal wire with like a meter grid, like 3 foot by 3 foot, right? So if you take like a fishing net of a 3 by 3 foot metal fishing net and just shove it over your house like a sock, then you can be protected against direct strike, but not guaranteed. There's no electricity will take the easiest path, and that metal grid will make it very easy for it to go around the building, but it's no guarantee it won't. It can still just, I want to go in your living room and see what you have for a TV. Oh, HD, I like it. TV is no more. What are you two waiting for? I bet they're dogging. In this calm neighborhood. Disgraceful. People these days. In other news, most unfortunate news to be honest, I apologize for the transition. One of my cousins, age 28, died of spinal cancer last week, or this week. I wasn't close to him. We hung out a lot when I was like, until I was 13, I'd say. Then we probably saw each other once a year or twice a year. But I haven't met him for 15 years. But yeah, definitely ahead of his time. Healthy, very athletic, fit. Not smoker or anything. Just, yeah, spinal cancer. And he's been fighting it for about a year, I think. The body couldn't take it. I got the news Saturday, actually. Yeah. So, is it Monday today? 2 days ago. It was one of those. It's hard to hear when relatives pass. But I think all of our pain we feel as humans is in perspective to other experiences. And me personally, I've lost a sister, and it's not comparable in losing a cousin. No offense to the cousin, but it still touches me in such a way where it more than anything shows the fragility of life and how important it is to care about the life we have. The value of the human. Let's use the RX-8. I figured while we wait for some money to drop in, we can spray some liquid fertilizer, because that we have quite a lot of, I think. I used to be completely disrespectful to my own mortality and completely disrespectful to my own time. I used to also not think I would live past 30, so that's... And I definitely used to live like I don't want to live past 30. I need to plow this field. So, grass is one of those crops that does not want high fertilizing content. So this being a grass field, that is still planted. It will still grow grass in the spring. It just doesn't grow in the winter, obviously. It's too cold. But I can't spray it. I have to wait with that until I either plant something or cultivate it, or you know, have to do something with it. But this is a old cotton field that is mulched down, so it shall take fertilizer if I get to decide. Oh, who's driving here? Don't want to admit it, but it's me. Let's turn off the helper menu. So it's so nice with this sprayer. It has sensors. So you see, the boom is outside the field, but it's not spraying anything. I don't know if it shows up on stream, but it turns off the nozzles that are outside the field. And also, if I was overshooting an area where I've already done spraying, it wouldn't spray there either. A trumpet time you can't buy for money. I mean, I guess you can buy. It's not. Yeah, let's say that. Time is valuable, and a friend's time is valuable. Our respected families, for example, they don't come to visit us because they don't think it's worth the time, and it's fine because we come and visit them so much. And I don't mind that inequality. Is that, can you use the word for that? Oh, I'm not sure. The disparity in who travels where. Because I love getting out of the house. So it's kind of like, I'd prefer it. Plus we don't have to clean nor cook. So it's like, they bake the cake, they cook the food, they clean up the mess from when the kids has been playing with every single toy they own. So it's really not a bad thing that we are the ones who travel. This field is gonna be so good after this. So I spread manure on it, and now I'm adding some liquid fertilizer. It's overkill. I could do this after planting. You miss Marvel ad? Nice. Are you a fan of the Marvel universe? I haven't seen all of the movies, but the ones I've seen have been enjoyable. Not my favorite. I prefer the Star Wars universe. I do. And the Lord of the Rings universe. Oof, not in the same league. Much better. Much. I mean, I think I've seen the Lord of the Rings movies like 3 times. which I mean 3 times is not crazy, but considering it's 12 hours of movies, right? It's 3 times is quite a lot. And I've seen the Hobbit movies twice. It's 3 Hobbit movies as well, right? I think it's 3 movies. I've never seen Star Trek. I mean, maybe half an episode here and there, but I've never watched it. Maybe I've missed something. Have you seen all the Star Wars series, like The Mandalorian and Boba Fett and Obi-Wan? Oh yeah, I remember you mentioning Obi-Wan when it came out, and it was delayed, and they dropped 2 episodes. Spoiler warning for Obi-Wan. Give people a second to mute the stream if they don't want to hear spoilers. It's gonna be a short one. I didn't like it at all. Obi-Wan. I wish I never saw it. Like it. What the season gave me in the sense of backstory and information from a different point of view on what he did during a time, the time of happening, right? What his part in Anakin growing up, and not Anakin, but the kid. I don't remember what it's called. That he was like watching over him and then going to help Leia and whatever. If someone would have, that could have been like a flashback that was 5 minutes long maybe, but to do it on a whole season was uninteresting to me. And I don't really like child actors though. Saying that, I must say that I absolutely loved Stranger Things. So now that I've been sick, I've watched Stranger Things. Haven't seen it before. So I watched all 4 seasons. And breathtaking cinematography. Just the right amount of scary for me, because I hate scary things. And that's why I didn't watch it in the first place. I watched like half of the first episode and I'm like, nope, this is a horror film. Don't want nothing of it. And then I never watched it. And Stranger Things is filled with child actors. But I loved it. I loved the child actors, not just the movie, the series itself. But I've seen all 4 seasons. I've been sick for a month, man. There's been a lot of Stranger Things, and every episode. And Siri and I goes around humming Kate Bush. Like every day we're like humming Kate Bush. Yeah, Siri had seen season 1 and 2. So she's now seen season 3 and 4 as well. Siri always get like this after watching a good show. She get all consumed by the music and the jokes and the personalities, and it's like she really takes it with her after the show, and that's rubbed off on me. I love that. I think it's fantastic how the show can stay with us for weeks afterwards. And the amount of jokes we make from say Parks and Recreation. So many jokes we have from that show that we use in our daily life. You know, it's fantastic. Or whenever we're out in the garden, she has to sing about the pit. I fell into the pit. Because we have a big hole in our garden, if you didn't know. You cried in the final? There was many tear moments. Definitely many tear moments. Look at the fields. So beautiful. Maybe not this one. What the fuck happened there, you know? I'll go over with this. Oh, she just fell into the pit as a biddler. That's hilarious. So I'm not sure I can spray liquid here, but we can try. We can. And it wants it. So I think I used manure here. And I used solid fertilizer and manure on the other half. To get it fully fertilized, you need to use 2 different types of fertilization. Or do one set of cultivating or plowing or seeding in to be able to put on that second shot of fertilizer of the same kind. So say I would spray liquid, then I would plant, wait a month, then I could spray again and get it fully fertilized. And there's no real benefit to getting it double fertilized before planting, other than I can do the job now in December instead of doing the job in April. And I'm gonna have to do some wheat. Fuck, I can't do wheat. Can chicken eat sorghum? What does chicken eat? Chicken eat chicken eat what? Wait, wheat, barley, and sorghum. Okay. Barley and sorghum. Wait, don't I have barley? I need to stop my tractor, where I'm out on the train tracks. I have barley. No worries. I don't have to grow anything. I have chicken feed. But I think I will grow some barley anyway. Yeah. They are so incredibly good. We talked about this earlier today, me and Siri. That movie makers and series makers. Series have become so good these past couple of years. I think it was definitely like a Netflix thing, where so many people pay for series that series have the same budget as a movie, pretty much. Maybe not, but you know what I mean. They have more money. It is incredible how good they are at picking the right songs for the right moments. Those who know what they're doing, it's just so on point. And whenever someone is not on point, it really matters. It definitely sets a show apart. Like the visuals are important, but audio is half of the battle. Definitely. So now I just have a little sliver left here. Look at that, the weeds. The weeds will die when we plant something in these fields. So it's fine. I don't know, December, can I plant a cover crop? Not that I need it since it's fully fertilized, I guess. Do I have any other field that I can spray? I can spray 15. Can't spray 14, 21. I can definitely spray these two. Why is this one so bad? Oh yeah, it's only mulched. But it has pH. Yeah, right. See if we can refill the sprayer. So ever since the hurricane, all of my beautiful stacks of fertilizer and herbicide here is just like spread out in a giant mess. So the way I do it is I just drive through and click, and hopefully I'll be close to a pail of fertilizer. There's no guarantees. There we go, full. I know how that feels. So this winter I had shaved hair, and I after New Year's I haven't touched it. So yeah, I have no plans. I kind of embrace the hobo look right now, and maybe I should do something about it. But yeah. I've not been forced by Siri yet. She's a very good. She always tells me when I need to do something about it. This looks incredibly artistic. This field. What's been going on here? Like, there was a viewer come in earlier and said it looked like I have been drinking. I think it more looks like I've been smoking crack or something. But the reason it looks like this, if you don't know, is that I've been rock picking. And when you rock pick, you don't have to drive over every square centimeter. It's enough to just pick up the places where there's actual rock. See, that's the same thing. So that's why it looks so spectacularly creative. Maybe I should go and plant the trees right now. I mean, I don't have money to buy the trees. I have a tree planter. So, kind of want to do it, because it takes a while for the trees to become big trees. To be able to harvest them. But to be able to harvest them, I mean, I have a chainsaw. But doing it by hand... Maybe it works. Maybe you can do it, and then use like the wheel loader to go and collect them. But I feel like that would be a terribly inefficient project. And forestry equipment is, it's not crazy, but it is pricey. We can have a look, see about if we can do it next year or have to wait another year. And I wasn't planning on getting into forestry right away. I was planning on oops. I was planning on getting some tractors and stuff. But I technically don't need tractors. It's more of a want. And I also really want to not farm the hills because they are too steep. So it would be a win even if I don't get more tractors out of the process. And I also need to not farm this close to the tree line. Really, that's it's just a recipe for disaster. That's me being greedy. I mean, to be fair, the field was made when these trees weren't here. And then I planted the trees. So I guess I have to, I don't know, make the field a little bit smaller. I don't know if you can remove field. Probably. It was a season ago, I think. I bought that tree planter and put them in. I think it took about a year for them to grow. Oak trees. Oak trees they are. 20 of them.
Thanks for the follow.
Oh, jeez. Northern Farmer. Hi, buddy. Are you an IRL farmer or a farm sim farmer? Man, I'd like to be both, not gonna lie. You're both? Dude, get out of here. Yeah, there was a special. Yeah, there's like a little trailer, like a yellow thing that plants them. Yeah, indeed. It's parked over by the harvester barn right now, and I kind of wanna get some trees down in the soil over there. I think we're gonna do that. So currently I'm making about $2,000 an hour, meaning that my $14,000 that I'm in debt will be re-earned from my power plant in about 7 hours. 8 hours I will have money again. But that won't cover the trees. I will admit that I don't remember how much trees are. Nitrogen. We're doing really good. And there's quite a lot of work left, but we're doing good progress. 60%. So I think this tank will suffice for the rest of this field, but not the rest of the top field. So before I go uphill again, I could go and refill it. And then I probably will make it, because the top field is my furthest away field. And I think it's worth refueling, even if we're at 60%. Because we're so close to the farm now. This is like totally new news and just a dream at this point. But the people that my parents bought their field from. So they bought a 2 hectare or like 9 acre, right? Not sure on the conversion, but let's say 9 acre pasture, and they're building a house on it. And that's sort of what me and Siri wanted to do before we bought this house. We wanted to buy a plot of land and we wanted to build on it. But having a small child and Siri being a streamer that requires a gaming setup, right? We thought, well, let's not do it right now. let's wait with that idea. But the landowners that my parents bought from have heaps of land. Like they're one of the larger landowners in this area of Sweden. And there is a plot right next to my parents, like adjacent to my parents' property, that would be quite interesting to build a house on. Criteria for us is they gotta have old trees. We don't want a field. My parents wanted a field. We want trees. We want vegetation. And this is an old horse pasture. At least the last 10 years it's been a horse pasture. And it has 6 absolutely massive oak trees. We're talking as big as they get. Massive oak trees. One of them is in so-and-so condition, but the others are in really good condition. And of them, at least 2 of them, have fantastic swinging branches, meaning completely perpendicular to the horizon, right? So you could hang a massive swing from it. And when I say massive, I mean unbelievably massive swing. And that's a dream of Sirius to have. She want to have a huge swing sitting up in a tree. And we have sort of the possibility in our current house to do that, but we don't have one tree big enough, nor with a straight branch enough. So we would be tying it between 2 trees, and that doesn't give as good of a swing experience, and it doesn't look as good. But this property has 2 trees with absolutely beautiful swinging branches. And when Siri saw that, she was like, okay, let's move tomorrow. But I mean, we're talking, this is forest. This is nothing there. This is about half of it is field, and the other half is pine forest, like fully grown pine forest. And the idea would be to buy it and then harvest the pine forest in order to have materials to build with. So either send it to a sawmill to have them saw it up, or even go so far as buying a portable sawmill and making all the logs and the boards and everything for the building of the house ourselves. Doing that is a 2-year process. 1 year to harvest, 1 year to 1 year to harvest and mill logs, and then they need to rest for a year before we can build with them. They need to like lose some moisture content before it can be used as building material. And we would have a babysitter very close. And other things we talked about, like this house has a outhouse, 15 square meters or 150 square feet shed basically, but it's insulated. It's where Siri had her studio last winter, and we were like, okay, that building, we could bring that. So we hire a big forklift to come and lift it up, put it on a truck, drive it over, because it's only 6 kilometers, 9 miles ish, 10 miles, so it's not far. So we can move that and have it as a like a work shed as we're building, or even if we feel so daring, we could actually sleep and live in there as we're building the house. because we thought like we would need to sell this house to be able to buy that property. Because I mean, this house is worth way more than that property, but the bank doesn't really like to do a mortgage on a piece of land, you know. they don't like doing that. And you can sometimes get a little bit of a loan when you're building, but not when you're building it yourself. If you're using a contractor, then they can give you money to pay the contractor. But if you're building it yourself, the banks just doesn't have that faith in you that you will complete the project and that you'll do it so it will pass the inspection. So they don't generally do those kind of loans. But if we make our own planks and if we build it ourselves, we wouldn't need to have a loan for it. It would just take us 3 years to build. 4 from when we get the property, right? And that's a long time to be living in a little shed without the amenities of a normal home, like no running water and electricity. You know, that's a long period of time living like a nomad. So that's probably not gonna happen. But we just found out that the owner of the land, right, are open to renting out land. Like long-term contracts. So basically we could set up a deal where we rent it for 100 years. And that would mean no upfront money. We could just basically start cutting down trees tomorrow. Because the problem of buying land in Sweden is cutting off the land. That's the biggest part. So say land is a field that doesn't have anything on it is about $9,000 per hectare, and a hectare is like 3.5 acres, I think. So 3.5 acres in this area in Sweden with nothing on it is $9,000. But if there is something on it, like trees, for example, it's like $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, depending on what type of tree it is, of course. Oaks are worth more than pines. But that cost is just the value of the timber. And if you sell the timber, or if the landowner sells the timber, that doesn't really matter. Or if you plan to reuse it yourself, or use it yourself, right? So if you plan to make your own logs for it, it is so far cheaper than buying timber that it's not on the same planet. Like doing the process yourself versus buying pre-made timber, yeah, such a difference. Money to be had and saved. But it takes time. It takes time, and it takes manual labor. A lot of it. But that's a thought we've been having and playing with. But we'll see. So what are the odds that this happens? I think we're talking sub 20% likelihood that it happens. If I'm gonna be honest, yeah, sub 20%. That it happens in the next 5 years, 10%. That it happens at all, maybe 30%. That we're gonna do this thing, maybe not on this plot of land, but that we're gonna do this thing, that's very likely, like 50% plus, I think. So yeah, well, I didn't finish my thought on properties. So yeah, about $9,000 per hectare. And the plot that we are looking at is about 4 hectares. No, 2.7 hectares, I think it was. So it would be guessing. Yeah, maybe 12 times 224. Sub $30,000, I think. I think it would be somewhere between $225,000 and $30,000. And then, if we were to buy it, the state would have to do a survey. They'd go out and they'd stake out the area, and the state has the final say on property lines. So there's like a natural reason to divide the property where we want to divide it. So we can't just say draw a line from here to here, because they'll say, oh, but there's this mountain here, let's go to that, or there's this creek, we don't want to cut up the creek, or there's this old road, and we follow the road and then we go to the mountaintop. They love cutting off mountaintops. Stuff like that. So they have their say. Nothing that I think would be relevant for this plot. I think this plot is perfect because this is a corner of their huge property. So this is like the edge and a corner and it's a little like a cove, you could call it, of their property. So it's like it's perfect for doing this cut. But for them to come and survey it is about a year's wait. It could be a year and a half. And the cost for them to do it is $7,000. No matter how big, no matter how small, to do a cut is at least $7,000. There are other things that makes it occur even more cost. But yeah, it's a big fee in the whole thing, especially if we're talking like the property value being $25,000, and then they want $7,000 on top of that in fees for the government. That's quite a lot. So I mean, if we were to rent it, we wouldn't have to pay that, and we wouldn't have to wait a year and a half. So that's that. Differences, yeah, when the house actually is built, we get a better situation with the bank in case we want to take a loan on the value of the house. Like if we, for whatever reason, would want to take a loan, right? So say we build it without loans, and then we want to take a loan to get the money to buy, to build a garage or a studio or a greenhouse or whatever we want money for, you know. Then we could borrow on the property. But that's not as easy if it's a rental. So is there anyone in chat listening? Except me and Trumpet there. Anyone else here? I presume it's in the middle of the night, so I mean, I don't even know what time it is. 4 a.m? 5? It's late. Hi Chuska. Thank you for coming on a lurk. Is my English impressive? Thank you. It didn't used to be. Oh man. In my family, it's me, my girlfriend Siri, and our child Ebbe. Ebbe is soon 2 years old. In August 24, he turns 2. We actually speak probably 50-60% English.
Thanks for the follow.
Ah, thanks. And it didn't always used to be that way. When me and my girlfriend Siri met, she's a streamer as well. I streamed in Swedish, she streamed in English, and she's always been very interested in English. It's been her, like, she studied advanced English in high school, in college, And for her, it was obvious that when she started streaming on Twitch, it was going to be in English, because I mean the world is huge and Sweden is small. And she was quite good at it. But we have the streams, or we have all of her old streams from 9 years ago, with like her first stream, literally first stream. And her English it's fun. She's very good compared to most Swedes, but it's nothing compared to now. But then she has been streaming for like 9 years, so now people don't even believe that she's a Swede. It's like obvious that people are like, oh, you're from the West Coast? Or like, people just assume that she's American. And living with her has definitely improved mine. And after we've been dating for maybe 6 months, I switched my channel to be English as well, because it felt her community is way bigger than mine. I'm a hobby streamer, she's a full-time streamer, right? She's successful. And it was so many people from her community coming over to mine, not understanding a word, and I was like, well, I can be accommodating, it wouldn't be the end of the world. And I thought back then that I was like, I'm decent at English. Hello, my name is Johannes, I'm from Sweden. I play dataspel and I think it's very fun. So I thought I was decent at it. But yeah, looking back, I'm like, it was fun maybe to listen to me, but it wasn't a very intelligent conversation we were having. And I've always felt like that streaming in English, that I sound so dumb because I can't find the words and I can't get the rhythm, and I don't feel as fluent enough to express myself. I do well with just commenting, like, oh, hi, have you had a good day, Trumpet? Oh, I've been out mowing the lawn. That's been sufficient, like the cold talk. We've been doing that very well for years. But the fluidity, so I can feel expressive in English, that's only happened the past 2 years, I think. I used to think that your English was decent. Until you got my thumbnail. Thank you. And I think your English is probably amazing. What I think is so fun with language is that everyone's is different. And I think a lot of Americans have worse English than non-Americans do, because language is constantly evolving, right? We're making up new words as we go, and it's always been that way. And perhaps I'm one of those stubborn old people who just doesn't like change, but I don't think the English language is improving, if you know what I mean. I don't think it is. I think the kids these days are like an abomination to the language, and all of their words are just meaningless and so unelegant. Oh. But I think, haven't people always been saying that? Oh, I listened to a comedian, speaking of age, I listened to a comedian as I was changing the disc rotors on our car and pads. And he said, like, he talked about his dad and how his dad has gone from being a homophobe. I mean, his dad was born in the 40s, and he used to be major homophobe, but he has started accepting gays. And there was this election in Australia whether or not gay marriage should be allowed, and he was like, well, I don't mind the gays. I don't think I care if they shall be married. I don't want them anywhere near me, you know. I don't want them anywhere near me. They get to do their own things, but yeah, I think they should be allowed to get married. So he voted yes for that. And he was like, I'm so progressive. And then he was at a party, and someone was trans, and his dad was like, I don't get it. Like, well, you're a guy. No, I'm a girl. And it's like, but you have a penis. And no, I'm a... He didn't get that. And the comedian was like, well, you gotta give my dad some credit. He just learned to accept homosexuality, right? and people are so forward these days, and it's so hard to keep track with it. And the kids are so progressive in like, not now people don't even have a gender, right? They can identify as whatever. And I think that's something that I'm gonna accept eventually, the not having a gender kind of thing. Like, if you want to identify, and I'm not joking saying this, like if you want to identify as a dolphin, that will be okay, because why does it matter, right? I think that's how I'm gonna accept it, at least, that why does it matter what you like to identify as, just as much as why does it matter to me who you like to have sex with. Like, if you are a homosexual, lesbian, or trans, or whatever non-sexuality, I'm like, why does that matter? So that's my stance. And the point I'm getting to is, every generation has been like this. They start off progressive, and then they get old and refuse to change. So even kids today that are so progressive and like remove all the boundaries, they will be the old bitter fucks that don't accept change. They just don't know it yet. Humans forever has gone through these cycles of believing I can do it better than my parents did. And then they become middle-aged and they become sensible, saying, oh, I understand my parents and I understand myself. Let's compromise. And then they become old and like, nope, change is not allowed to happen. Everything was better the way it was. The kids of this generation are destroying everything. And that cycle just continues. If we can teach kids that, I wonder how they would react. If we could go into someone's head and say like, well, you're gonna be a bitter cunt when you grow up. Would they continue being progressive, or would they just give up and die? That's very fascinating. I love the idea of you being the only person that has ever existed and ever will exist. Hi, Jamster. Yeah, I'm feeling significantly improved. Still a lot of coughing, and my sore throat is killing me. I'm whispering right now. You can't really tell, maybe, but I'm so quiet.
Thanks for the follow.
Right now. Is that Arvid?
Thanks for the follow.
Arvid King 13377. Hi, buddy. And Anthony Perry DJ, was it? You need someone to play with? My dude, this is a single player server. I have been considering making this public, or like a community server. I have been weighing that option. I think I have field 25 to do, 22, 26, 15, 15, and 14 and 21 I can't do until spring. I think there's gonna be one more harvest of grass on them, of spring grass, before I need to plant. If I do cotton on these fields, because cotton doesn't go into ground until like what, late. No wait, cotton. I mean, corn. Corn doesn't go into April at the very earliest, and I can definitely plant it in May, which means that I'll easily get a harvest. Hi, Arvid. Of grass before I do it. So field 21 and field 14 has grass planted right now. It was it barley on them? Yes, there was barley growing, and since barley harvests early in the fall, I took the time to plow it and seed it with grass, and I've gotten 2 harvests of forage for silage. Oh yeah, the true issue. Okay, so I started talking about like, what if you were everyone that's ever lived? And this is a very philosophical thing, definitely. and in a way of seeing everyone around you. I believe that we are mean to people. I believe that everyone in this room, it's only me in this room, but everyone in this room, I'm talking to you, chat, have done mean things to other people. Inadvertently, intentionally, just have done mean things in your life. And you have had mean things being done to you. Now, within some religions we believe in an afterlife. I don't believe in an afterlife, or maybe perhaps I don't, because because of the lack of evidence. I can't trust in anything that will happen after that. But it's a very fascinating thing to think about. Like, what will happen? We can't prove that we don't get reborn, right? We can't prove that our consciousness, our person, don't get reborn. Just that we don't remember our past life. That doesn't mean it's not us being reborn. Now, it's definitely a stretch, but if we play with the idea that when you die, you become a different version of yourself in a different time, and that just happens in an infinite loop, and that you have been every ethnicity there is. You have been living in every time age there's ever been. And every interaction you do is with a different version of yourself. How would you then treat, if that was true, how would you treat every other person? How would you treat people you meet? I presume radically different. And for me, that philosophy, that thought experiment is so fun to look back at my own life. I'm 34. I'm very young still, but I've changed like everyone does. And let's take traffic as an example. Let's take driving an automobile as an example. Currently, I'm the kind of individual that drives below the speed limit always. Like significantly below the speed limit. If it's 90 kilometers, I'm probably going to be driving 80 or 78. I do this partially because of safety, but mostly because of comfort and fuel consumption. That's it. Like saving money, and it's more relaxing. When I was 20, I always, literally always, without excuse, without change, without any exception, drove as fast you could do to only get a ticket and not lose your license. Always. I overtook on the inside on the highway. I didn't follow any traffic rule that I didn't see fit. I drove bumper to bumper onto people. I honked my horn when they were driving the legal speed limit and just didn't go out of their way to let me pass. I overtook in such dumb, idiotic places. I was just so reckless and dangerous in traffic when I was 20. Like, I should not have had a license until I was 27. I swear. It was the dumbest thing ever to give me a license. I could have taken out other people's life, not just my own. And now, when I drive this slowly, I so often get people like me, like the old me, who ride up bumper, like just like a few meters behind me, honking their horns, flashing their high beams. And when I started driving this slow, I was 29. I got so angry with them. I brake checked them. I slowed down and I drive even slower. I would be like silly to the point where it was almost dangerous. You know, driving 30 kilometers an hour on an 80 road. Just to say like, hey, give me some space, man. And I was so angry. Now, what I do is if I have a person like that behind me, I will drive on the shoulder of the road and let him pass if possible. If not, I'll stop on a bus stop or a rest stop or turn off the road to let the person pass. Because no matter how slow I drive, I won't change that person's attitude towards slow drivers. Because I used to be that person. I used to be the person who honked my horn, flashed my lights, drove zigzag behind a slow car, just showing like, hey, let me pass. I used to be that person, and people brake checked me. People slowed down even more to me. That didn't change me at all. What made me drive slow? It was honestly getting a Volkswagen Phaeton. That car changed me. Because that car have huge... The engine just eats fuel for everything. Like, it just does. But it's so comfortable. It's like a living room on wheels. That driving slow to save on gas was like a dream. It just floated on the asphalt. It was so relaxing that I enjoyed it so much that I hypermiled wherever I went, and that changed how I drive. And from there on, I have changed. Not because of safety, although I love that perk of driving the way I do now. That it's safer for me and my family, that's awesome. But the safety alone was not enough for me to change. It wasn't. I needed to make a discovery within me of why I need to change. And therefore, it makes no sense that I behave poorly to other people that behave poorly towards me. Because I think someone putting me in jeopardy by driving on my bumper, right? I think that is putting me at jeopardy in traffic. But to be upset with them, or not to do everything I can to let them pass, it doesn't serve me, because I know from first-hand experience how meaningless it is. That's not going to make them change. And this can be extended to any situation you have. Someone cutting in line in a grocery store. Maybe they're in a rush. Maybe they're just impatient. Doesn't matter. You've probably done something similar to someone else at some point. And if we reflect over this, I think it's much easier to be a kind individual to others. And a kind individual brings you happiness. The road rage, right? When someone cuts you off in traffic, or rides in your bumper, or does something wrong, doesn't that irritate you? And that emotion, the anger that we then hold, affects our life negatively. It makes my day worse to be upset at someone else. Why am I giving someone else that power? And to me, it's much easier to respect people being wrong or doing something mean when I consider them potentially being me in a different life. Because I can't prove they're not. I can't prove that you in chat is just a different version of me from a different reality. And we don't have to be that out of that extreme in our thought process to understand my point. We can understand that everyone is their own individual, and still realize that we, you and I, have more to gain from accepting other people than to be upset with them. It doesn't serve us in any way to be angry at someone. What anger is good for, in my opinion, is telling us that something is wrong. It's an indicator, it's a flashing light that should signal to us that, okay, this thing that just happened, I need to find a solution. And if that is a co-worker just being a rude bastard. Then the easier way might be to accept the person being a rude bastard. Asking for a change of department on the company. Looking for a new job. But to think that you can change that person by yelling at them, telling them
Thanks
how
for
mean
the
they are,
follow.
that's probably not gonna happen. It is much easier changing yourself than to change someone else. And it's so difficult this is true for me as well. Definitely true for me. It's hard to see that we are the problem in an interaction. Your girlfriend or boyfriend does this thing and they're so irritating. Well, maybe we are the problem. But that is so hard to accept and see. Look at the fight you've had recently with someone a good fight that was productive, right? You are of different opinions. Maybe there's some screaming going on, and in the end, one of you realize, oh fuck, my point of view is wrong. And that point of view was wrong all along, but the person didn't feel it or see it. Now, maybe you won that last argument that we're talking about. Maybe you won that. But what says you won't lose the next one? Because the person you fought with thought they were right. Just as much as you thought you were right. Why is that gonna change? Why can't you ever be wrong? And the problem about being wrong not enough is that you don't learn to be good at being wrong. And it's very easy to become bitter and a know-it-all, and maybe you can't accept being wrong even when you truly are. And that's so hurtful for relationships, friends, families, lovers. Not being able to accept when you're wrong, it kills so much of a relationship. And I know it's something a lot of us struggle with, admitting when we're wrong. For me, it feels like biting in a rotten fruit. It just feels so wrong to admit to being wrong. You know, thank you for making me laugh. Hi, Swomas. Hey, Swomas, have you changed the capitalization of your name? I don't remember you having a capital M. I like it. If it's new. If it's not new, I still like it. Oh, you prefer being called Mas? I love it. Swole feels, no offense, a little vulgar compared to Mas. Mas feels more like an individual. Swole might feel more like a chat troll. Sorry, I think we're friends enough for me to speak openly like this. but I think it puts your name. I like your name. Don't get me wrong. But I think I prefer Mas. And now it's really hyphened. Are you Dutch? That's my question as well. Like, because swole in Dutch means something else, I believe. But if it's English, are you Turkish American? See, so are you a big dude? I mean, you don't have to disclose this, of course. But now both me and Chuska is very curious. We're very curious. You're a muscular gal. That's good. It must be so empowering. I mean, I know as a man it feels very empowering being strong. But then again, being weak, it's just a different quality, and there's nothing wrong with it. And it's probably a very humble thing to require other people's help to, I don't know, lift things. Oh, sorry, Arvid. Sorry, I saw it, but I was in the middle of talk. I live in Sweden, and I am from Sweden. Yes, I'm Swedish through and through. My mother is Norwegian, and my father is Finnish, but I was born in Sweden. So I guess you could call me Scandinavian. Not Danish, though. Oof, Danish people. I'm just kidding. I have so many Danish friends. So Syria has been working out a lot the past year and a half, and like lifting Ebbe is definitely building some muscle as well. He's like 15 kilos now. She has gotten so muscular lately, and she loves it. She loves feeling strong. Arvid, are you Swedish as well? Your name, Arvid, is a very Swedish name. And for anyone who plays this game, I want to apologize for how poorly I maintain my fields. It's been really sloppy the past season here on the farm. I've been, I call it power farming. I've been sick for a month, so I've been playing quite a lot off stream. Almost this entire summer, harvest season, and most of this winter has been done off stream. And I've done it quick and dirty, so to say. I have not cared about how it looks or ultimate efficiency. I've cared about time efficiency. So the fields are quite bad. Like when I was plowing this field, you see those two squares over there at the top of the screen? Yeah, that's just that area never got planted because I fucked up with the plow and I didn't go back and fix it. So yeah. Oh really? Is it that big disparity between you and your girl? That she would beat you up? I mean, you mean like in a fight she would win? Is that what you mean? Or do you mean that she would beat you up if you call her swole? Yeah, right. Well, yeah, exactly. She's not on Twitch, eh? You plead the fifth. Yeah, right. I love it. There's so many people in the Serious community that are couples watching the stream together, separately, on and off, back and forth, all of that, you know? I find that very fun. And I also used to have 2 regular viewers. This was 5-6 years ago. My most regular viewer, in fact, he and his wife were keen viewers on my stream. And they often communicated through me on stream. Like, she would come in and like, hey, is Egon here? And I was like, yeah, he's here, he's lurking. And she would be like, hey honey, so I'm gonna be a bit late to work tonight, from work. I'm gonna be late to come home. So will you take care of the kids? And he's like, yeah, sure, no worries. Or like, they would ask like, oh, do we have this in the fridge? Instead of texting, they would just do it through the stream. I thought that was hilarious. Oh, really? Really, Maz? Man, I'm really keen to go back to the gym. It's like, it's so different working out at the gym to running in the woods or doing gardening or home renovations. That's like, there's something different about lifting weights, man. especially in a curated and controlled environment like the gym. Where you have all of the tools to unleash your creativity. I miss it, man. Dude, but trumpet, same. It was nice. I've been missing streaming so much, and I'm really glad that I got to do the stream today. I don't think it's gonna be a lot of streams this week. Thursday this week to Thursday next week, there will be a lot of streams. I predict, but no promises. Why am I? Sorry, I don't even know where I'm going. The yard is such a mess. So none of these equipment is supposed to be here. They're all supposed to be on the other side of the farm. Yep. But it's an arsenal. Yeah, I see that mouse. You made a home gym? That can be very sufficient. Yeah, I've been sick for a month. I've done COVID tests and they said no, but I don't trust that. I definitely think I've had COVID for a month. What else would have given me insatiable coughing and reoccurring fevers and loss of appetite? I haven't been having any lower back pain nor any muscle pain really. I've had extreme weakness in my body, and I've had super sensitive skin. Could be pneumonia. I haven't actually gone to the hospital. How do you know? So yeah, all of the tools and implements are going to be in this yard, and I'm going to be redoing this yard as well. Oh, the tree planter. Good night, trumpet, by the way. This is the tree planter. Am I sniffing your phone? Yeah, maybe. Maybe not. You had it and it felt the same. Yeah, I mean, it's very likely. It's very likely, to be honest. But it's feeling better. Before today, I couldn't speak for more than 30 minutes without breaking into insatiable coughing. And today we've been streaming for 5 hours. And only a few coughs. Which is so good. Especially considering since nighttime historically has been my worst when it comes to coughing. But so energy is back, but I slept really good. I think I slept like 10 hours yesterday. Or last night, you know. I think I slept like 10 hours. And I've only been able to sleep 5 to 7 hours the past month. So that was also very good. I slept in 2 sessions though, not 1. Like I've been writing my will. I've been really awfully sick. Oh, it's been a rough month for our whole family because Siri's been almost alone with caring for Ebba. Let's check the prices. I don't think much has happened. Skeptic I am. Eggs are good. So we can maybe sell some eggs if we have spare. We'll check. And milk we have a surplus of as well. 5,700 on cake. Not good enough. 13,000? Shit. Let's see how much eggs we have. If it's worth selling. 4,500 and 4,300. What's that? Like 2 pallets? 3 pallets? 3 pallets. Okay, but how much does my bakery take? My bakery needs milk. So my bakery takes 3,000 at least eggs. So it's basically the same amount as my bakery needs. That one doesn't really need that much. So it's gonna be like a few thousand extra. Not worth dealing with. So eggs, chickens don't produce as much eggs in the winter. Almost no eggs in the winter. So in the winter they produce just what the bakery consumes and not a lot of extra. You're gonna hit the hay? Dude, it's been a pleasure getting to know you, and I hope to see you soon. I am not gonna sleep. I'm gonna be awake all day. So we're putting our kid in preschool now at 7 a.m. Swedish time. He's going to preschool, and then me and Siri are going to do home decoration / renovating. Not renovating, home decoration and decluttering. So I mean, it feels like we just moved in, but we've been living in this house since November. But there's some rooms where we haven't gotten to yet. In organizing, decorating, figuring out what we want to use them for even. Well, that sounds like an opulent problem, but we have changed our mind a couple of times in what room is going to be the guest room and where we're gonna have the streaming set up and what we're gonna have as a living room and stuff like that. Why don't you want to offload? Is it full on milk? How can it be? Doesn't it bake any cakes? Not enough. Hello. This bakery should be demolished. I kind of want to build only industrial bakeries. I mean, this bakery is already paid for, and I don't think it's worth cutting it down. Cutting it down? Destroying it? And also, I'm not sure I'm gonna deal with this situation here. Maybe I have to be like go down the slope and then up again. Someone has parked a trailer in the way. Cough, cough. Someone might be me. So this lorry is a new purchase to me. I bought it secondhand. And it's so convenient not having a dolly on the milk trailer. Oh man, such a game changer. It doesn't make me a god at reversing. You know, it's like, I still struggle, man. But compared to a dolly, this would have taken me... I mean, okay, this took me forever because of the poorly placed trailer. But this with the dolly is just so difficult. So difficult. There we go. And let's see if the if the dairy needs some milk. Otherwise I'll go and fill it up and go and sell it. I don't actually remember if it was a good sell price of milk right now, but I have an overstock issue. So regardless if it's good or not, we need to get rid of it. We have 52,000 liters? Well, the dairy took a lot though. What is the dairy producing? Butter and chocolate, yeah. Does chocolate use a lot? No, it doesn't. Maybe I should make in cheese as well. Because I mean, this uses sugar, and I don't... I mean, it's more money, but cheese uses more milk, and I currently overproduce milk. But sugar is not. I mean, I have a lot of sugar. But it's not like I want to produce more sugar, because sugar beets are just a pain to grow. I have a quite small sugar beet harvester, and it's a pain. It gets full so fast. Are you gonna just sit in your car so I can use my approach? So I get stuck? More speed. What do I get stuck on? On you? That's fine. It's good that it's in winter time, so there's nothing like growing on the field. I can just drive straight over them. There's gonna be a road here anyway, so that approach I was trying to use, right? It's gonna be replaced with this here. This is a bit more convenient way of entering this part of the property, rather than going up there, going down here. So that's gonna change eventually. Oh damn. Forgot that small trailer here. I think I can fill it up anyway. I think it's cool that you can fill from trailer to trailer. So if I had liquid in the small trailer, right, I can just drive up next to it and pump it over to the big one. I learned that very recently. It's good to consolidate if you have like a little bit in each. This is Erlengrad, the Austrian map. I mean, I think it looks like Austria. It's not like it says where it's from, but the Alps. I've done some terraforming, some modifying to it, and I'm not gonna stop. My goal is to completely rebuild the fields and have factories and processing and stuff. But this is only year 4, end of year 4 on the map. I own 32.7 hectares of farmland. Can we play tomorrow? No, we can't. Sorry. Many reasons, and I don't want to offend anyone. Mostly that I probably won't be playing this video game for like a week. And then even if I did play tomorrow, I only play with friends, people I know, and that makes it kind of hard getting to know people. I know. But I don't really play with people I just met in chat, which is something I have been considering changing, but I'm not. There's no decision on it. I'm afraid, yeah. So I have been playing on a multiplayer server a little bit, and I enjoyed that. Don't get me wrong. Me and my buddies were up on Discord and played together. It was fun. I'd like to do that more. So more multiplayer would be enjoyable to me. But I don't think I'm ever going to be the kind of streamer who does like an open community server. I know a lot of people do that. But I'm not. I don't feel like a community leader in that way, because I'm not dependable enough. My stream happens so rarely and spontaneously. It's like I can't tell anyone like, hey, I'll be live in 20 minutes. I can't even tell like, oh, I'll be live next week. It's just so random. So I think it's hard to play with me on a server. Really hard. And to make that a good experience for both of us, right? Where do I want this tanker? I mean, it's empty, so it's either gonna be used for water or milk. And all my water, like my greenhouses are completely full. I'm pretty sure my rock crusher is full, so I'm not gonna need any water. So let's, oh, wrong way. Let's put milk in it. And then maybe drive it up to the factories, but then again, it's kind of in the way there. Let's park the trailer with milk in it at the house. That's it. That's what we're gonna do. Let's go and see if our cows are doing good. Whoop. Hello. Hello, cutie. Oh, you just... There's something wrong with this cow. You just walked through the wall. It wasn't up completely full, but I think I have some here. No? Is there no milk in this one? No. 3% damage. No milk. Okay. It is tempting to go and sell this, because it's like almost $40,000. But I want to open another industrial bakery, and that's gonna need what, like 7,000 liters? That's true. Maybe it's a little excessive to save 30,000 liters. Yeah, it's only needing 7,000 because I'm currently overproducing milk. So my thought is that I would have some backup for when I build the next bakery. But 30,000 liters is a lot of backup. Let's go and sell it. Then we'll definitely have enough money to buy lime and fertilizer for the season. Without a doubt. Maybe we save like 10k. Maybe we just sell part of it. Like a reasonable amount. Well, like, let's sell 20,000 liters. Keep 10. I like that. I mean, I'll try. I'll try my best. But very likely I'm gonna struggle. Alright, why are you stopping? Hey, drive please. Dude, you're in my way. Well, you might think that I'm in yours, so it might be a mutual feeling. I love this lorry. It wasn't the lorry I intended to buy, I will admit. I wanted the like non-sleeper. Whilst it is offloading. Oh wait, I need to pay attention. I don't remember how to stop offloading. That's how you do it, okay. That'll do. So yeah, I kind of want this. This is the tiny one, right? No, it's not the tiny one. This is medium size. Okay, I want the one for the vineyards. Yes, I wanted this one because the maneuverability of the shorter chassis, right? This one with wide tires. This is what I wanted. But the one I have, which is the Roadrunner, right? Yeah, I just showed up a 60% discount or something. Used. So I took it. It's very powerful. 620 horsepower. Woo! A Hulk. Is it the most powerful of all the trucks? Well, I think it is. Oh, it's 640. I love one of these as well. Instead of running a trailer to deliver my cakes and my clothes. Oh, the dream. But that's luxury that I can't afford right now. Cool. Oh, I feel my coffee's coming on. Chat. It's been 5.5 hours of great fun. I'm gonna close the stream. Thank you all for watching. And see you next time. Drop a follow, and so you can see when I'm live next time.